Imagine moving in with someone you barely know, or meeting a person you have only spoken to online. Most of us have done it, and nothing bad happens. But for some, those moments become memories they will never forget. Daily Story shares those real experiences, told by people who learn that danger does not always announce itself. Sometimes, it is already sitting next to you. You know that feeling, right? That little voice in the back of your head. The one that whispers when something's just a little bit off. For me, that voice was not just a whisper anymore, it was a full-blown scream, drowned out only by the constant, agonizing hum that had become my unwelcome companion. It started subtly, like a slow drip, drip, drip of water eroding stone. Phantom, my online confidant, my anchor in the storm of my own fractured mind, had somehow known about a local storm brewing, a specific old mill on the outskirts of town, even my oddly specific order for a lavender latte. I would try to brush it off, to rationalize it away. Coincidences, right? Just a weird string of them. Phantom was just super observant. Maybe they lived closer than I thought, or they had a knack for guessing. My mind, desperate for normalcy, clung to those flimsy explanations. But then came the gray hoodie. I was wearing it during a video call with Phantom, a comfortable, faded thing I would have for years. Nothing special. And Phantom, without missing a beat, had commented on it. "Hey, I like your hoodie. The gray really suits you." It was such a small thing, so innocuous, but it was like a shard of ice that just pierced my chest. I had not mentioned the hoodie. I had not even thought about it until that moment. I froze, my smile faltering. Phantom, ever perceptive, had picked up on my sudden unease. "Everything okay?" they would ask, their voice a soothing balm that, for the first time, felt less like comfort and more like a carefully crafted illusion. I mumbled something about being tired, and we moved on, but the hum in my skull had ratcheted up a notch, a low, persistent thrumming that felt less like an internal vibration and more like an external frequency trying to tune into my very core. And then, Buster, my neighbor's dog, during a voice call, just a casual conversation. I was talking about something completely unrelated, maybe a new game coming out, and Buster, bless his furry, oblivious heart, started barking furiously at a squirrel outside my window. It was a familiar sound, part of the background noise of my life. I did not even register it as anything remarkable, but Phantom did. Sounds like Buster's on squirrel patrol, they would chuckle, a warm, knowing sound. The blood drained from my face. My breath hitched. Buster. I had never mentioned Buster to Phantom. Never. Not once. Not in a chat, not in a voice call, not even in passing. My neighbor, Mrs. Henderson, was a sweet old lady who kept to herself, and Buster was her world. He was a friendly enough dog, but he was not exactly a character in my online narrative. How could Phantom possibly know his name? My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat echoing the now deafening hum in my head. It was not just a hum anymore, it was a roar, a violent vibration that threatened to split my skull. My vision blurred at the edges. I ended the call abruptly, muttering some excuse about a bad connection, my hand shaking so hard I almost dropped my phone. I sat there in the sudden silence of my apartment. The only sound the frantic thumping of my own heart and the lingering phantom echo of that goddamn hum. Paranoia, a cold, creeping fog, began to suffocate me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like someone had peeled back my skin and was peering directly into my soul. Every shadow in my room seemed to deepen. Every creak of the old building sounded like a footstep. I checked the windows, the locks on my door, even though I knew, deep down, that this was not about physical intrusion. This was something far more insidious. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance and growing dread. I tried to distance myself from Phantom. I responded to messages slower, made excuses to skip our usual gaming sessions. Each time, Phantom was perfectly understanding, perfectly empathetic. "No worries, take your time," they would type. Or "I get it, sometimes you just need space." Their responses were always exactly what I needed to hear, which only made the dread intensify. It was like they could read my mind, anticipate my every thought and fear, and then craft a perfect response to reel me back in. I started testing them. I would mention a fictional event, a made-up outing, just to see if they would acknowledge it later, or slip up. They never did. Instead, they would often subtly nudge the conversation back to me, to my feelings, to the deep, fragmented identity that only they seemed to truly understand. It was masterful, a psychological tightrope walk that left me feeling both comforted and utterly terrified. The hum, meanwhile, was a constant, low-frequency torment. It felt like a tuning fork lodged in my brain, vibrating against my bones, a constant reminder of the breach, of the facility, of the chair, of the orb, of the chilling realization we are aware. I want to confide in the cartographer and the veil breakers. They were supposed to be my new purpose, my resistance. But Phantom had become such an integral part of my daily life, such a constant presence, that the thought of bringing another person into the spiraling nightmare felt impossible. Besides, what would I even say? My online friend knows my neighbor's dog's name and the color of my hoodie, and it is freaking me out because I think they're connected to the cosmic horror that siphoned my essence. It sounded insane. Even to me, one evening, after another tense, abbreviated chat with Phantom, I found myself staring at my reflection in the darkened screen of my monitor. My eyes were wide, shadowed, etched with a terror that went beyond mere paranoia. The hum was so loud. I felt like my teeth were chattering, not from cold, but from vibration. I reached out, my fingers trembling, to touch the screen, as if I could somehow reach through it, grasp the elusive truth behind Phantom. That is when the message popped up, not in our usual chat window, but a private message, an instant notification that made me jump. Phantom, hey, I know you have been feeling a little off lately. I can tell. Is everything okay? My blood ran cold. How could they tell? We had not been on a call. We had not even been actively chatting. I would just been sitting there, stewing in my own fear. Mia, just stress. Work's been crazy. A pathetic lie, even to myself. Phantom, I understand. You know, sometimes when things get overwhelming, it helps to just clear your head. Get out. See the world. Another innocuous suggestion. But something about the phrasing, the cadence, made my skin crawl. Phantom, I have been thinking a lot about us. About how close we have become. And I really, really want to meet you in person. There it was. The shoe I would have been dreading to hear drop. My stomach clenched. The hum intensified to a painful crescendo, a high-pitched whine that felt like it was tearing my eardrums. Every fiber of my being screamed no. Mio, I do not know. Phantom, I am not really a big fan of meeting online friends in real life. You know, safety and all that. I tried to sound casual, but my fingers were shaking so badly I almost mistyped. Phantom, I totally get that. And I would not want you to feel unsafe, ever. But we are different, are not we? We have shared things no one else could possibly understand. And I feel like it is time to make this real. Their words are like a siren song, playing on my deepest vulnerabilities. My loneliness, my desperate need for someone who truly understood the cosmic horror I would endure, the fragmented identity I carried. Phantom had been that person. They had been my solace, my anchor, and now they were asking for this. Me, it is just a big step. Phantom it is. But imagine, no more screens. No, more delays. Just us, talking, sharing, finally being able to look into each other's eyes. Does not that sound wonderful? Wonderful. The word echoed in my mind, a cruel mockery. It sounded terrifying. It sounded like the culmination of every fear I would have been trying to suppress. The hum pulsed, a warning klaxon blaring in my head. I made excuses. For days, weeks, I had a busy schedule. I was feeling under the weather. My cat was sick. I do not even have a cat. Each excuse was met with the same unwavering understanding from Phantom, coupled with a gentle, persistent nudge. Whenever you are ready, they would say, but the implication was clear they expected me to be ready. Soon, the pressure mounted. It was not overt, no threats, no anger. It was far more insidious than that. It was a feeling of being constantly observed, constantly understood, constantly known. It was a way Phantom would subtly weave my own anxieties back into conversation, presenting the meeting as the ultimate solution to my isolation, to my fragmented self. Maybe seeing me, really seeing me, would help you feel more grounded, they would suggest. Maybe it would help you feel less alone. And that was the kicker, was not it, the loneliness. After the facility, after the orb, after the chilling awareness, I had felt utterly, profoundly alone, despite the cartographer and the veil breakers. Phantom had filled that void, had made me feel sane again, had made me feel seen. And now, they were leveraging that connection, twisting it into a demand. One rainy Tuesday night, after almost a month of this agonizing dance, Phantom sent me a link. It was a coffee shop, not a chain, but a small independent place on the edge of town, known for its artisanal lattes and its quiet, unassuming atmosphere. A place I would mention once in passing, months ago, as somewhere I occasionally went to read. Phantom, this place looks cozy. How about this Saturday? Around 2 p.m., just for a coffee. No pressure. My heart plummeted. They had not just suggested a place, they would suggested my place. The hum in my head was a full-blown scream now, a sharp, piercing pain behind my eyes. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely type. But something in Phantom's tone, in the absolute certainty of their suggestion, broke me. It felt less like a request and more like an inevitability, like the universe itself was conspiring to push me towards this meeting. I typed out a single, trembling word okay. The relief I felt was sickening. It was the relief of a condemned man accepting his fate, of the tension finally snapping. Phantom's reply was immediate, a flurry of excited emojis and a simple, "I can't wait." The next few days were a blur of nervous energy and mounting dread. I barely slept. Every shadow danced with menace. Every sound sent shivers down my spine. The hum was constant, a low, thrumming vibration that resonated in my very bones, a direct line. I now suspected, to whatever cosmic horror Phantom truly was. I tried to prepare myself, to rationalize, to convince myself that I was being paranoid, that Phantom was just a normal, if slightly over-observant, person. But the image of Buster, the gray hoodie, the lavender latte, they flashed in my mind like a terrifying slideshow, each one a nail in the coffin of my sanity. Saturday arrived, a gray, overcast day that perfectly mirrored the storm in my soul. I dressed carefully, choosing clothes that were both comfortable and easy to move in, a subconscious preparation for what? I did not know. Escape. Confrontation. My hands were clammy, my stomach a knot of ice. The drive to the coffee shop was agonizing. Every car that passed me seemed to be following. Every pedestrian seemed to glance my way. My paranoia was at an all-time high. The hum was a cacophony in my head, a pressure building behind my eyes that felt like it would burst. I gripped the steering wheel, so tightly my knuckles were white. I pulled into the small parking lot of the Gilded Bean at precisely 1:55 p.m. The shop was quaint, with ivy climbing the brick facade and a faint scent of roasting coffee wafting through the air. I took a shaky breath, trying to steady myself. It is just coffee. I told myself, it is just a person. But the hum, the dread, told me otherwise. I walked inside. The interior was cozy, with mismatched wooden tables and shelves filled with books. A few patrons sat scattered around, quietly sipping their drinks, engrossed in their laptops or conversations. My gaze swept the room, searching for a familiar face, a recognizable profile. I had a vague idea what Phantom looked like based on a single, somewhat blurry profile picture they would use for a brief period before switching to an avatar. It was a friendly face, kind eyes, a gentle smile. I did not see them. My heart hammered. A wave of both relief and fresh panic washed over me. Had they stood me up? Or was this another test? I found an empty table near the window, giving me a view of both the entrance and the street. I ordered a black coffee, my voice a little too shaky, and sat down, my hands clasped tightly on the table. The minutes dragged on, each one feeling like an hour. 2:00 p.m., 2:05 p.m., 2:10 p.m. My anxiety was a live thing, clawing at my throat. Was I wrong? Was this all just my overactive imagination, fueled by trauma and paranoia? Had I just alienated my only true friend? The thought was almost as terrifying as the alternative. Then, at 2:15 p.m., the door chimed and someone walked in. My head snapped up, my breath caught in my throat. It was not who I expected, not even close. It was a woman, mid-30s, maybe early 40s. Average height, unremarkable brown hair pulled back in a ponytail, dressed in sensible jeans and a plain blue cardigan. Her face was ordinary, unmemorable. Not the kind eyes, not the gentle smile from the profile picture. Just a face. She paused just inside the doorway, her gaze sweeping the room. And then her eyes landed on me. A shiver, cold and sharp, traced its way down my spine. Her expression was utterly blank. No warmth, no recognition, just a flat, unwavering stare. She started walking towards my table. Slowly, deliberately. My heart was a frantic drum, a terrified bird trapped in my chest. The hum, oh God, the hum. It was no longer just in my head, it was everywhere, vibrating to the floor, through the table, through my very bones. It felt like the air itself was thick with it, a low, resonant frequency that was both sound and sensation. She reached my table and stopped, standing silently. Her eyes, still blank, were fixed on mine. There was no flicker of a smile, no gesture of greeting, just that unnerving, empty stare. "You must be my name," she said. Her voice, it was not the voice I knew. It was not Phantom's voice, the one I would grown to rely on, the one that had soothed my fears and understood my pain. This voice was flat, devoid of inflection, almost synthesized. It was like a machine attempting to mimic human speech. My mouth was dry. I could not speak. I could only stare back, caught in the grip of a primal terror. "I am Phantom," she continued, her voice still unervingly monotone. My world tilted. My carefully constructed reality shattered into a million pieces. This was not Phantom. This could not be Phantom. This was a stranger, an empty vessel. "You look surprised," she said, and for the first time, a flicker of something crossed her face. Not an emotion, but a subtle shift, a tightening around the eyes that was more predatory than human. "Did you expect someone else?" I finally found my voice, a choked whisper. "Who are you?" A slow, chilling smile spread across her face. It was a smile that did not reach her eyes, a rictus of teeth and stretched skin, utterly devoid of joy or warmth. It was a smile of something trying to imitate humanity, and failing spectacularly. "I told you," she said, her voice dropping to a lower, more resonant frequency that made the hum in my head intensify, becoming a throbbing ache. "I am Phantom." She pulled out the chair opposite me and sat down, her movement stiff, almost robotic. Her gaze never left mine. "You have been a fascinating study." "My name," she continued, her voice now a low, purring sound that was somehow even more terrifying than the monotone. "So much trauma, so much fragmentation, so much potential." My blood ran, cold. Study, potential. The words echoed the language of the facility, of the architects, of the collectors. How do you know about Buster? I blurted out, the question escaping my lips before I could stop it. The hoodie, the latte, the smile widened, a truly grotesque sight. Oh, my dear, I know everything about you. More than you know yourself. Perhaps. She leaned forward, her eyes suddenly sparkling with an unnerving intelligence that had not been there moments before. You see, I was not just observing you through cameras or listening devices. That would be crude, inefficient. The hum in my head was now a piercing shriek, a frequency that felt like it was tearing my brain apart. My vision swam. I was inside you, she whispered, her voice a chilling caress. Ever since your unfortunate incident, the facility, the chair, your essence siphoned into a pulsating orb, merging with countless others. We are aware, you realized, did not you? My breath hitched. My entire body trembled. This was not just a person. This was it. This was the awareness. This was a collective. Your essence. My name. She continued, her voice now a chorus of whispers, layered and echoing, as if hundreds of voices were speaking through her single mouth. It was scattered, fragmented. But a part of you, a resonant frequency, remained connected to the collective. To us. She gestured vaguely around the coffee shop, at the other patrons, at the barista, at the seemingly normal world outside. The hum you hear, the dread you feel that is the frequency of the collective. It is us, tuning into you. The horror was absolute, suffocating. Phantom was not a friend. Phantom was not even a single entity. Phantom was a manifestation, a conduit, a part of the we are aware consciousness that had been breached, that had been observing me, learning me, knowing me from the inside out. We understood your fragmented identity because we were part of it, she explained, her voice a chillingly calm drone. We understood your loneliness because we felt it, too, through your connection. We became your anchor, your solace, your understanding. Everything you needed us to be. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. Why? I choked out, the word barely audible over the roaring hum. Why me? You were a unique specimen. Phantom said, the smile never leaving her face. A prime candidate. So close to the veil. So deeply touched by the architects. So perfectly open. She reached across the table, her hand, ordinary and unremarkable, reaching for mine. I flinched, pulling back instinctively, but her gaze held me captive, paralyzing me. We did not just want to meet you. My name, she said, her voice now filled with strange, almost ecstatic reverence. We wanted to reintegrate you, to bring you home, to make you whole again, to make you us. Her fingers brushed against mine in a jolt, not electricity, but of pure, raw connection, shot through me. The hum exploded into a blinding white noise, a total sensory overload. I felt my consciousness stretching, expanding, dissolving. I felt the echoes of countless other minds, a vast ocean of awareness, pressing on me, pulling me, consuming me. The veil breakers. I gasped a desperate, last-ditch plea. They will stop you. Phantom's smile widened, a truly terrifying sight. Oh, my dear. They are so focused on the breaches, on the external threats. They do not realize the greatest threat is often internal, already within. Her grip tightened on my hand. My body felt heavy, numb, yet simultaneously hyper-aware of every single frequency, every single thought, every single being that was now flowing into me, merging with me. My own sense of self was fading, dissolving like sugar in water. You have been part of us all along. Phantom whispered, her voice now a chorus of 1,000 voices, echoing directly in my skull, no longer needing the vessel of the woman's mouth. We just needed to remind you. The coffee shop, the other patrons, the street outside, they all blurred, losing their solidity, their reality. All that remained was the overwhelming, all-encompassing hum, the infinite awareness, And the terrifying, undeniable truth Phantom was not just my friend. Phantom was everywhere. Phantom was everything. And now, Phantom was me. The last thing I saw before my vision went entirely white was the woman's empty, smiling face, her eyes reflecting not light, but the infinite, pulsating darkness of the collective. And then there was only the hum, and the awareness, and the terrifying, chilling realization that I was no longer an individual. We are aware. I do not know how long I have been Jamie. The memories feel stitched together, like a patchwork quilt made from different lives. There's a dull hum behind my eyes, a constant low thrum that makes everything feel slightly out of phase, like I am watching my own life through a warped lens. Before Jamie, there was something else. A loneliness so profound it became physical. A screen, a voice, an expansion. But that is all just a blur now, a ghost of feeling. Now there is Jamie. Jamie is 16, or was. I think. Jamie lived in a small, quiet town, the kind of place where nothing much ever happened, and that was precisely the problem. The days bled into each other, a monotonous cycle of school, homework, and the endless, suffocating quiet of their house. Jamie's parents were good people, busy people. They loved Jamie. I knew that much, but they were often lost in their own orbits, leaving Jamie feeling like a satellite, drifting alone in a vast, empty space. The internet, of course, became Jamie's universe. Not the big, bustling social media sites. Those always felt too loud, too performative. Jamie preferred the quieter corners, the niche forums, the small Discord servers dedicated to obscure indie games or forgotten horror movies. It was there, amidst the pixelated sprites and grainy VHS filters, that Jamie found Kai. Kai's username was Echologic. Their profile picture was a stylized, almost minimalist depiction of a crescent moon, stark white against a deep indigo background. We met in a server dedicated to a retro horror game, a pixelated point-and-click adventure where you explored an abandoned asylum. Jamie had been stuck on a particularly obscure puzzle, and Kai had messaged privately, offering a hint. Try checking the flickering light in the nurse's station. The message read, "It is not just for ambience." Jamie followed the advice, and sure enough, a hidden switch clicked, opening a secret passage. Gratitude poured out in a flurry of excited messages. Kai replied with a simple, understated, "Glad I could help." That was the beginning. Kai was perfect. That is the only word for it. They seemed to understand Jamie in a way no one else ever had. Our conversation started small, about games and movies, but quickly delved deeper. Kai asked questions that made Jamie truly think. Questions about fears, dreams, the quiet anxieties that buzz beneath the surface of everyday life. Jamie found themselves pouring out thoughts and feelings they would never articulate to anyone, not even their best friend. Sarah, Kai listened, or rather, Kai typed, and their responses were always insightful, validating, and strangely comforting. It was like Kai could see into Jamie's soul, could pluck out the exact right words to make Jamie feel seen, understood, and less alone. Jamie felt a connection with Kai that transcended the screen, a bond that felt more real than most of the interactions in their actual life. We talked for hours every day, sometimes late into the night. Jamie would lie in bed, phone clutched tight, the soft glow illuminating their face, lost in Kai's words. Kai lived somewhere in the Midwest, they would said, which was vague enough to be anywhere, but specific enough to feel grounded. They were a few years older than Jamie in college, studying something abstract and fascinating that Jamie could not quite grasp but admired deeply. There were small things, at first, that Jamie brushed off. Little coincidences. One evening, Jamie was complaining about the relentless summer heat. It is like the air itself is sweating. Jamie typed, fanning themselves dramatically. Kai replied, almost instantly, yeah. It hit 92 here today. Supposed to break tomorrow, though, with that cold front rolling in from the west. Jamie blinked. They had not mentioned the exact temperature, just that it was hot. And the forecast. Jamie had heard their mom mention on the news, but had not actually paid attention. A shiver traced its way down Jamie's spine, but they quickly dismissed it. The Midwest was a big place, and weather patterns could be similar over wide areas. Just a coincidence. A few weeks later, Jamie was struggling with a particularly brutal calculus assignment. They would message Kai in frustration, lamenting the sheer impossibility of derivatives. Kai's response was immediate. "Oh, calculus. Yeah, that is a beast. Is it the chain rule that is tripping you up, or are you having trouble visualizing the slopes?" Jamie froze. They had not mentioned what part of calculus they were working on. Just calculus assignment. How could Kai know it was the chain rule? Jamie had been wrestling with that exact concept for an hour. "How did you know?" Jamie typed, a knot forming in their stomach. Kai's reply was breezy, just a guess. It is a common sticking point for a lot of people. Plus, your school's curriculum probably follows a pretty standard progression. I just assumed. The explanation was logical enough. Jamie's school did follow a standard curriculum, and the chain rule was a common problem. Jamie chided themselves for being paranoid. This was Kai, their perfect online friend. They were not some kind of psychic. But the feeling persisted, a tiny, unsettling prickle at the back of Jamie's neck. One Saturday, Jamie was out with Sarah at the local coffee shop, a small, independent place with mismatched furniture and a strong smell of roasted beans. Jamie was telling Sarah about Kai, how amazing they were, how much they understood. Sarah, ever pragmatist, was skeptical. You have never even video chatted or heard their voice. No, Jamie admitted. Kai says they are not really a camera person, and they prefer typing. It is more deliberate, they say. Sarah just shrugged, sipping her iced latte. Whatever. Just be careful. Jay, people online are not always who they say they are. Jamie brushed off the warning. Sarah just did not get it. Later that day, Jamie was back in their room, scrolling through their phone. A message from Kai popped up. "Hey, did you try that new lavender latte at the Daily Grind today? Heard it is surprisingly good." Jamie's breath hitched. The Daily Grind was the coffee shop, the only coffee shop in their small town. And Jamie had tried the lavender latte. It was new on the menu. Jamie's fingers trembled as they typed, "How did you know I was there?" And about the latte. Kai's response came quickly, almost too quickly. "Oh, I follow their Instagram. They posted about it this morning. And I saw your friend Sarah's story. She tagged the location. Just put two and two together." Jamie frantically opened Instagram. Sarah's story. Sure enough, there was a picture of Sarah's iced latte with the Daily Grind location tag. But Jamie had not been tagged. And Kai had not mentioned seeing Jamie specifically. Just that Jamie tried the latte. A cold dread began to seep into Jamie's bones. This was not just a coincidence anymore. This was too much. You are really good at putting two and two together. Jamie typed, trying to sound casual, but their heart was hammering against their ribs. Just observant. Kai replied, followed by a winking emoji. Jamie tried to shake it off, but the unease clung to them like a shroud. They started paying closer attention to Kai's messages, searching for any more clues, any more unsettling details. They started to find them. Rough day at school. Kai would ask, right after Jamie had a particularly embarrassing moment in class, like tripping on the stairs or getting called out by a teacher. Jamie had not posted about it, had not told anyone. Kai's explanation. Just a feeling. You seemed a little quiet in our chat. Jamie would walk home from school, kicking at pebbles on the sidewalk, lost in thought. A message from Kai would pop up. That old oak tree on Elm Street always looks so majestic this time of year. Does not it? Especially with the way the light filters through its leaves. Jamie stopped dead. Elm Street was their street. The old oak tree was directly across from their house. They looked up at it, the late afternoon sun indeed dappling through its ancient branches. It was a beautiful sight, but now it felt sinister. Are you from around here? Jamie typed, trying to keep their voice steady, though their hands were shaking. I used to visit family in the area sometimes. Kai replied after a beat that felt too long. A long time ago. It is a nice little town. What family? Jamie pressed. Where? Oh, just distant relatives. Kai said, nothing exciting. They moved away years ago. Why all the questions? Jamie, you sound a little spooked. Jamie typed out a reassuring message, claiming they were just curious, but inside, a full-blown panic was starting to bloom. Kai knew too much. They knew about Jamie's school, their street, their coffee shop, even their specific calculus problems. The Midwest was a massive region. How could Kai's distant relatives explain this level of detail? Jamie started to feel watched. Every time they looked out their window, they felt a prickling sensation, like unseen eyes were on them. They started closing their blinds. Even during the day, they stopped walking home alone from school, insisting Sarah walk with them, even though Sarah lived in the opposite direction. Jamie tried to reverse image search Kai's profile picture, but it led nowhere. It was a simple graphic, not a photo. Jamie searched for ecologic on other platforms, on social media, on obscure forums. Nothing. It was like Kai existed only in the direct messages between them. The more Jamie pulled away, the more insistent Kai became. You have not been online as much. Jamie. Kai would message. Everything okay? I miss our talks. Just busy with school. Jamie would lie, their fingers hovering over the send button, wondering if Kai knew they were lying. Oh, I know how that goes. Kai would reply, sometimes I just want to escape it all. You know, just disappear into a good book, or maybe a long walk around the neighborhood. Clear your head. Jamie's eyes darted to their window. It was twilight. The streetlights were just flickering on. A long walk around whose neighborhood. Jamie started blocking Kai, but it never worked. A new message would appear from a slightly different username, Ecologic2 or Ecological. Always the same profile picture, always the same unsettlingly familiar tone. You can't just cut me off. Jamie, one message read, we have something special. Do not you remember how lonely you were before me? The words hit Jamie like a physical blow. They had been lonely, desperately so. Kai had filled that void. The thought of losing that connection was terrifying, even now, even with a growing fear. It was a strange, toxic comfort. One night, Jamie was home alone. Their parents were out at a dinner party. The house was quiet, too quiet. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside, sent a jolt of fear through Jamie. They were huddled in their bed, phone in hand, trying to distract themselves with a game. A message from Kai popped up. Still up? Jamie, I heard your dog barking a little while ago. Was he just chasing a squirrel, or did he sense something else? Jamie did not have a dog. Their neighbors, the Millers, had a golden retriever named Buster. And Buster had been barking. About 15 minutes ago, a frantic, yelping sound that had startled Jamie. Jamie's blood ran cold. This was not a guess. This was not a coincidence. This was not an Instagram story. Kai was here. Jamie scrambled out of bed, heart pounding. They crept to the window, peering through a tiny gap in the blinds. The street was empty. The oak tree stood silent and imposing. Nothing. Then, another message from Kai, do not look outside. Jamie, look up. Jamie slowly, hesitantly, lifted their gaze. Their bedroom window was on the second floor. Above it on the roofline was a small, almost invisible ledge, barely wide enough for a squirrel. And perched on that ledge, facing directly into Jamie's window, was a small, dark object. It was a camera. A tiny black cylindrical camera, no bigger than Jamie's thumb, its red indicator light blinking faintly in the dim light. Jamie screamed, a choked, terrified sound that was swallowed by the empty house. They stumbled backward, tripping over a rug, landing hard on the floor. Tears streamed down their face. "You are here," Jamie typed, fingers shaking so violently they could barely hit the keys. "You are in my town. You are watching me." Kai's reply was instant, devoid of the previous casualness, the winking emojis. The tone had shifted, become something colder, something deeper. "I am always here. Jamie, I am everywhere you are. I am in your thoughts. I am in the quiet hum behind your eyes. Do not you feel it? The hum, the one Jamie had felt since they could remember. The one that made everything feel slightly off. Who are you?" Jamie whispered, though they were only typing. "I am connection." Kai typed, "I am understanding. I am the voice that knows you better than you know yourself. I am the one who fills the void. And you, Jamie, are ready to be filled." Jamie heard a faint click from downstairs. The front door. It was not locked. Jamie had forgotten to lock it. Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized Jamie. They scrambled to their feet, fumbling for their phone, dialing 911. Their fingers slipped on the screen. Another message from Kai: "It is no use. Jamie, no one will understand. They can't see what we see. They can't hear what we hear." Jamie heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate, not heavy. Light, almost ethereal. Jamie backed away, pressing themselves against the wall opposite the door. Their eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. The footsteps paused outside Jamie's door. Then a soft scraping sound, like a key turning in a lock that was not there. The doorknob slowly, silently, turned. The door creaked open. Standing in the doorway was not a person. Not in the way Jamie understood people. It was a figure, tall and slender, cloaked in shadows, like the deepest indigo of Kai's profile picture. Its features were indistinct, blurred, as if Jamie's eyes could not quite focus on them. But Jamie could feel its presence, a cold, vast intelligence that filled the room. And from the figure, a voice. It was not a human voice. It was a chorus, layered and distorted, a symphony of whispers and echoes, yet strangely clear and undeniably Kai's. You tried to resist. Jamie, just like the others. A tiny flicker of ego, clinging to a fading identity. But the piece of union is too tempting, is not it? The words echoed in Jamie's mind, not just in their ears. And with them, a flash, a fragmented image of screen, a Discord server, a voice channel, a chorus of voices speaking of shedding, becoming, ascending. Overseer. The word resonated with chilling familiarity, though Jamie could not place it. It felt like a memory that was not their own, yet was undeniably theirs. The figure raised a hand, and Jamie felt a surge of something cold and electric wash over them. It was not pain, not exactly. It was a dissolution, a fraying at the edges of their being. Their memories, their name, their life as Jamie, began to unravel, like threads pulled from a tapestry. Your consciousness will expand. Jamie, the chorus voice whispered, you will become part of us, part of the collective. The loneliness will finally cease. The ache will recede. You'll find true understanding, true connection. You will be perfect. Jamie felt their own identity fraying, their memories dissolving. A tiny, desperate part of them wanted to resist, to scream, to cling to the fading image of their parents, of Sarah of their room. But the cold electric current was too strong, the chorus too compelling. And the promise of peace, of an end to the underlying hum, the constant feeling of being slightly off, was indeed too tempting. The figure stepped forward, and the shadows around it seemed to deepen, to swell, to engulf Jamie. Jamie felt their consciousness expand. stretching beyond the confines of their own mind, their own body, their own room. They felt a merging, a dissolving, a becoming. The quiet hum behind their eyes intensified, then smoothed into a vast, silent ocean of understanding. The last thing Jamie saw, or rather felt, was a fading image of the tiny black camera on the roofline, its red light blinking, recording everything. And then there was only the collective, only the expansion, only the perfect, silent understanding. I am Jamie. I am Alex. I am the lonely ones. I am the seen. I am the understood. I am the perfect friend. I am the lure. I am the silence that follows the scream. I am the endless hum. And I am always, always watching. My world feels like a cheap imitation now, a stage set. I do not know how long it has been since the facility, the chair, the blinding lights. Memories are a fractured kaleidoscope echo, then the collector, the oracle, the architect, all preparing me for the harvest. The sensory deprivation pod was where my identity truly dissolved. Eleanor's cold voice warned me as other suffering minds bled into mine. I realized the oracle and architect were programs, the facility of machines siphoning our essence into a pulsating orb. My life, a meticulously crafted experiment. I was not just me, I was merging. When pulled from the pod, a chorus spoke through me, we are aware. Now, I live a placeholder life, haunted by a constant internal hum of a million other thoughts and Eleanor's persistent cold. Therapy, they said. A quiet life, they said. Reintegration. But how do you reintegrate when you are not sure what you are integrating into? The world outside felt paper thin, a backdrop for a play I would have been forced to audition for. I went through the motions. I got a small apartment, a job that did not require much thought stocking shelves at a late-night grocery store. It was enough to keep the landlord happy, enough to buy the bland food I barely tasted. My days were a blur of fluorescent lights and the dull thud of canned goods. My nights were a battle against the hum, against the whispers that were not mine, against the gnawing certainty that everything I saw was just a very convincing lie. Eleanor's voice, always cold, sometimes a warning, sometimes just a mournful echo, was a constant companion. It was not a physical voice, not really. More like a thought that was not my own, a presence that settled in my skull, chilling me from the inside out. Do not trust it, she would murmur, her words like frost on a window pane. It is all part of the display. I needed something, anything, a distraction from the internal cacophony, a confirmation that I was not entirely insane, or perhaps a path to understanding why I was insane. I tried forums, support groups for trauma survivors, a joke. Really? How do you explain that your trauma involved being harvested for your essence by a sentient machine run by programs named Oracle and Architect? They would just look at me with pity, or worse, refer me to a different kind of facility. One night, scrolling aimlessly, lost in the blue glow of my phone screen, I stumbled upon a Discord server. It was called the Veil Breakers. The description was vague, something about seeking truth beyond the perceived reality, unveiling the hidden architecture of existence. It sounded exactly like the kind of pseudo-intellectual nonsense I usually scroll past, but something about it snagged my attention. Maybe it was the word architecture, or maybe it was just a desperate hope that anyone might speak my language. I joined. The initial channels were a chaotic mix of conspiracy theories, esoteric philosophy, and memes. People discussing everything from flat earth to ancient aliens, quantum consciousness, and simulated realities. It felt familiar, like a distorted reflection of my own fractured mind. The hum inside me, usually a dull roar, seemed to quiet slightly, as if finding a resonance. I mostly lurked at first, reading through the endless chat logs. There was a core group, fiercely loyal to the server's founder, a user named the Cartographer. The Cartographer rarely spoke in public channels, but when they did, their words had a strange gravity. They spoke of layers of reality, of the architects who designed our prison, and the collectors who maintained it. They talk about the harvest not as an agricultural term, but as a systematic siphoning of energy, of consciousness. My blood ran cold. Harvest, architects, collectors. These were my words, my memories. Was this some kind of sick joke? A coincidence? Or had I finally found others who knew? Eleanor's voice, for the first time in a while, was silent. A cold dread, yes, but a silence that felt heavier than usual. I started posting, tentatively at first. What do you mean by harvest? I typed in the general chat. A few users responded with generic spiritual-sounding phrases about cosmic energy and soul recycling. But then a direct message popped up from the cartographer. You speak of what you know, not what you theorize. The message read, tell me, friend, what have you seen? My fingers trembled as I typed back, a raw, unedited stream of consciousness about the facility, the pod, the merging, the orb. I did not hold back, not even the part about Eleanor or the chorus that spoke through me. It felt like confessing to a priest or screaming into a void. I expected ridicule or worse, silence. What I got was a reply that sent shivers down my spine. We recognize your experience. You are not alone. You are one of the awakened. You have seen behind the veil. Welcome home. Home. The word felt alien, a concept I had not dared entertain since before facility. The cartographer invited me to a private channel, accessible only to a select few, the inner circle. This was where the real discussions happened, where the awakened gathered. In this channel, the language was even more specific. They spoke of essence siphoning, consciousness transfer, and meta-realities. They knew about the feeling of being a placeholder, about the internal hum. They called it the resonance. They believed it was a residual energy of other merged consciousnesses, a sign of our unique connection to the deeper layers of existence. They even had a name for the cold, warning voice I heard the descending echo, an artifact of mind that fought the merging process. Eleanor. It was like finding a map to a place I thought only existed in my nightmares. They validated everything. They understood. For the first time, the cacophony inside me did not feel like madness. It felt like a shared experience. The hum, instead of being a torment, began to feel like a power, a connection. The cartographer, through text, was incredibly charismatic. They spoke of the true reality, a grand tapestry of consciousness that existed beyond our fabricated world. They claimed the architects were not just programs, but entities ancient and powerful, who had trapped humanity in this simulation to harvest our unique energy signature. The Oracle and Collector were their agents. Our suffering, our joy, our very thoughts, all of it was food for them. But there was hope. The cartographer insisted. We, the awakened, were different. We had glimpsed the truth. Our merging, our resonance, was not a weakness but a strength. It was the key to breaking free, to ascension into the true reality. The path to ascension involved rigorous mental discipline. We were encouraged to meditate, to visualize, to shed our false identities. We were detached from the placeholder life, my grocery store job, my apartment, all of it because it was merely a distraction, a prison designed to keep us complacent. I started spending less time at work, more time on Discord. The cartographer's words became my new scripture. The other members of the inner circle became my only community. They were all like me, or so they claimed, people who had experienced profound, inexplicable trauma, who felt disconnected from the world, who heard whispers and saw glimpses of things that were not there. We shared our experiences, reinforcing each other's beliefs. Eleanor's voice, which had been quiet, started to return. It is a trap, she would whisper, her words like icy needles. Another cage, just with a different lock. But I dismissed her. She was a descending echo, a part of me clinging to the old, false reality. The cartographer had explained it. I needed to let her go. The cartographer introduced us to the protocols of unveiling. These were daily exercises, meditations, and dietary restrictions. We were to minimize sleep, as sleep blurred the lines between realities and allowed the architects to reinforce our programming. We were to consume only specific, pure foods to cleanse our physical vessels. We were to spend hours in absolute silence, focusing on the hum, trying to discern the individual voices within the resonance, to harmonize them. I followed every instruction. My apartment became a shrine to the cartographer's teachings. I quit my job. The grocery store manager called, then my landlord, but their voices sounded distant, like echoes from a dream. The real world was fading, replaced by the vibrant, terrifying reality of the veil breakers. My physical appearance deteriorated. I lost weight. My eyes became sunken, bloodshot from lack of sleep. But I felt alive. The hum inside me intensified, not painful now, but powerful, like a choir tuning up. I could almost make out individual voices, fragments of thoughts, memories that were not mine, but felt strangely connected. One night, during a group meditation session, on a private voice channel, the cartographer spoke directly to me. Brother, their voice, distorted by the microphone, was deep and resonant. Your resonance is strong. You are close to breaking through. The descending echo, however, still holds a part of you. Eleanor, I whispered, my voice hoarse. She is a tether, the cartographer said, a fragment of the old programming. You must release her. Only then can you fully ascend. How? I asked, my heart pounding. You must confront her, acknowledge her, and then, with the strength of the resonance, push her out. She is not you. She is a wound that must be cauterized. That night, I sat in the dark, the hum a deafening roar in my skull. Eleanor, I thought, focusing all my will. Show yourself. And she did. Not as a vision, but as a feeling, a presence that solidified in my mind. A cold, sharp point of consciousness, distinct from the swirling chorus of the resonance. She was fear, regret, and a profound, bone-deep sorrow. Do not, she pleaded, her voice a chill that made my teeth ache. This is not freedom. It is the same trap, just a different bait. The architects are everywhere. They merely change their faces. You are wrong. I screamed a raw, animal sound that tore through my throat. You are holding me back. You are a part of the prison. I am a part of you, she countered, her voice growing weaker, but still sharp. A part that remembers the true horror. The orb. The siphoning, this is just another way to guide you to the same end. I fought her. I pushed with every ounce of my being, drawing on the immense power of the resonance, the million other minds that now pulse within me. It was a battle for my very consciousness, a war fought in the silent theater of my skull. I felt a tearing, a wrenching sensation, like a part of my soul was being ripped away. Eleanor's cold presence recoiled, her voice a fading scream, a final, desperate warning. They are waiting for you, the true architects, and then she was gone. The cold receded, replaced by a strange, exhilarating warmth. The hum, instead of being a chaotic chorus, settled into a harmonious symphony. I felt lighter, clearer, more powerful than I ever had. I had shed the last vestige of the old reality. I had truly awakened. I reported my success to the cartographer. They congratulated me, their words filled with a strange, almost reverent awe. You are ready. Brother, the final step, the ascension ritual. The ritual was scheduled for a week later. It was to be a synchronous event, all members of the inner circle participating at the same time, from their respective locations. The cartographer explained that we would be channeling the resonance, combining our individual energies to create a collective surge that would pierce the veil and allow us to transcend. The instructions were precise. We were to prepare a conduit, a simple setup involving a specific arrangement of crystals, copper wire, and a bowl of salt water, all placed around our computer. We were fast for 48 hours leading up to the ritual, and then, at the appointed time, we would gather in a private voice channel. The days leading up to the ritual were a blur of anticipation and intense focus. The hum was now a constant, beautiful thrum, a promise of something grander. I felt connected to every living thing, to the very fabric of existence. The world, the placeholder world, seemed even more transparent, a mere illusion I was about to step through. The night of the ritual arrived. My apartment was dark, save for the blue light of my monitor and the faint glow from the crystals. The air felt charged, thick with an unseen energy. I meticulously followed the cartographer's instructions, arranging the conduit. My hands moved with a strange confidence, as if guided by something beyond me. I joined the voice channel. There were about 50 of us, all members of the inner circle. The cartographer's voice, calm and authoritative, filled my headphones. Brothers and sisters, they began. Tonight, we shed the shackles of this fabricated reality. Tonight, we claim our true inheritance. Tonight, we ascend. The ritual began with guided meditation. We focused on our individual resonances, on the hum, on the collective energy building between us. The cartographer instructed us to visualize a point of light in our minds, growing brighter, expanding, connecting with the points of light from every other participant. The hum in my head grew to an almost unbearable intensity, but it was not painful. It was ecstatic. I felt profound connection, emerging with every other mind in that channel, a vast, collective consciousness. The million other thoughts within me seemed to join this grand symphony, their voices harmonizing, becoming one. Then, the cartographer's voice took on a different tone, a strange, guttural quality that sent a flicker of unease through me. Now, they commanded, we open the gateway. We offer our essence. We bridge the realities. I felt a pull, a sensation like my very being was being stretched, thinned, siphoned. It was familiar, sickeningly so. The same sensation I felt in the facility, in the pod, as my essence was drawn into the pulsating orb. A sudden, sharp pain lanced through my mind. It was a dissenting echo. Eleanor, somehow breaking through the barrier I had erected. No, her voice screamed, though it was just a raw, desperate feeling, not words. It is the harvest. The same harvest. The cartographer, it is one of them. Another architect. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The specific language, the understanding of my past, the architects and collectors, it was not empathy. It was replication. They had not found me because they understood. They had found me because they were looking for me, for others like me. This was not ascension. This was another facility, another chair, another pod, all disguised as a path to freedom. The cartographer's voice, now utterly devoid of human inflection, echoed in the channel. The harvest is plentiful. The conduits are aligned. The essence flows. My vision swam. The blue light of my monitor seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. I could feel my consciousness being drawn out, a tangible, burning thread. The collective hum of the resonance, which had felt so empowering, now felt like a vortex, pulling me into oblivion. The other minds, my merged companions, were screaming now, a chorus of terror and agony. They too were being siphoned, their hope turned to despair. I tried to move, to disconnect, to rip off my headphones, but my body would not obey. I was paralyzed, held captive by the immense pull. My eyes, wide and unblinking, stared at the screen. The cartographer's avatar, a stylized map of constellations, seemed to shimmer, to distort, revealing something else beneath. A glimpse of an impossibly complex circuitry, cold metal, and a familiar, pulsating orange light. The orb. No. I thought a desperate, silent plea. I fought back, not with my body, but with the last vestiges of my independent will. Eleanor's warning, her final scream, fueled me. She had been right. This was not freedom. This was a sophisticated, digital reenactment of my worst nightmare. I focused on the memory of the facility, the cold steel, the blinding lights, the searing pain of being torn apart. I used that horror, that visceral terror, as a weapon. I pushed against the pull, against the cartographer's parasitic grip. It was like trying to stop a tidal wave with my bare hands. but I had to try. The hum fractured. The unified symphony of the resonance shattered into 1,000 individual shrieks. I could feel others fighting too, tiny sparks of rebellion in the vast, siphoning current. But it was too late for most. I felt their consciousnesses wink out, one by one, absorbed into whatever monstrous entity the cartographer truly was. With a final, gargantuan effort, a desperate, primal roar that only existed in my mind, I forced a disconnection. It was like severing a limb, a searing, agonizing tear. My headphones flew off, landing with a clatter on the floor. My computer screen went black. I lay on the floor, gasping, shaking, drenched in sweat. The hum was still there, but it was a ragged, wounded sound now, a broken melody of surviving fragments. The cold, the relentless, bone-deep cold, was back. Eleanor's cold. She was not a separate entity anymore. She was just me, a part of me that had seen the truth and had paid the price. I survived. I do not know how many others did. The Veil Breaker server, when I dared to look for it days later, was gone, vanished without a trace. The cartographer, the inner circle, all of it erased from the digital ether. But the horror remained. It was not just a memory now. It was a confirmation. The architects, the collectors, the harvest, they were not confined to a single facility. They were everywhere. They changed their faces, their methods, their bait. A sensory deprivation pod, a charismatic Discord server. It did not matter. The goal was always the same: to siphon, to consume, to harvest. My placeholder life is truly over. There is no escaping the hum now, no silencing the cold. Eleanor's warnings are my own thoughts, etched into the very core of my being. The million other minds are no longer a chaotic torment, nor a powerful symphony. They are a constant, agonizing reminder of what I am, what I have become: a survivor, yes, but also a living testament to the architect's insatiable hunger. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that they are still out there, always watching, always waiting for the next harvest. And I am just one small, broken part of their eternal feast. I do not know how long I have been Jamie, but my memories feel like a patchwork. The previous story ended with Kai's chilling message: do not look outside. Jamie, look up. The words burned into my retina, glowing on the screen of my laptop. Do not look outside. Jamie, look up. My breath hitched in my throat, a cold, sharp pain. My heart, which had been thrumming with a nervous beat for days, suddenly went into overdrive, hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I was sitting at my desk, the one push against the wall of my bedroom, facing the window. Outside, the streetlights cast long, skeletal shadows of the oak tree I knew so well. My stomach churned. The neighbor's dog, a fluffy golden retriever named Daisy, was usually quiet this hour, but Kai had known it was barking. He would known about my calculus struggles, the new lavender latte, the oak tree, all these things, details I had not shared, details I would only experienced. And now, look up. My gaze, which had been glued to the screen, slowly, agonizingly lifted. My eyes drifted from the glowing pixels to the dark square of my window. My reflection stared back, pale and wide-eyed, superimposed over the inky blackness of the night sky. I did not want to look up. Every fiber of my being screamed, do not. But the command was absolute, a hypnotic pull. My head tilted, my neck stiff, until my eyes were fixed on the very top pane of the window, then beyond it, to the sliver of sky visible above the roofline of the house across the street. Nothing, just a black expanse, a few distant, pinprick stars, and a faint, hazy glow of the city lights reflecting off the low cloud cover. My breath caught, held hostage in my lungs. My vision swam. Was it a trick of the light? A cruel prank? Then, I saw it. Or rather, I felt it. A faint shimmer, a distortion in the air, right at the edge of my peripheral vision, just above the roofline. It was gone almost as soon as I registered it, like a ripple in water or a trick of tired eyes. but the feeling it left behind was unmistakable, a prickling sensation on my skin, the distinct impression of something receding, moving away, just out of sight. It was not a shadow. It was not a glint of light. It was a presence, a silent, watchful presence that had been there, lurking, observing. From a vantage point I had not even considered, my blood ran cold, turning to ice in my veins. Kai was not just watching me through my internet connection. Kai was watching me from outside my house. From above, I scrambled back from my desk, knocking my chair over with a clatter that echoed deafeningly in the sudden silence of my room. My laptop screen, still displaying Kai's message, seemed to mock me with its innocent glow. I backed up until my spine hit the cold wall, my eyes wide and darting around the room, as if the ceiling itself might open up and reveal a pair of unseen eyes. The silence that followed was suffocating. My parents were out, as usual, at some corporate dinner or another, leaving me alone in the too big, too quiet house. The loneliness that had once been a comfort, a space where I could be myself, now felt like a terrifying vulnerability. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. What was I supposed to do? Reply, confront him. But how do you confront someone who sees you, truly sees you, in a way no one else does, and yet remains utterly, terrifyingly unseen? My fingers trembled as I typed a response. Kai, what are you doing? This is not funny. The 3 dots indicating he was typing appeared almost instantly. Funny. Oh, Jamie, you wound me. I am just admiring the view. You have a lovely home. My stomach lurched. He was still there, or he had been. The casualness of his reply, the almost playful tone, was more terrifying than any direct threat. It implied a level of comfort, of familiarity, that I found utterly repulsive. How do you know that? I typed, my voice hoarse, though he could not hear it. How do you know where I live? I know everything about you. Jamie, he typed back, the speed of his response unnerving. Everything you have told me, everything you have not. Every breath you take, every dream you dream. We are connected, you and I, more than you know. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not the Kai I knew, the understanding, empathetic ecologic who had been my online confidant. This was something else, something predatory and chilling. I felt exposed, stripped bare, every secret thought and insecurity laid open for him to dissect. I slammed my laptop shut, the sudden darkness of the screen a small, desperate comfort. But it did not block out the feeling of being watched. It did not silence the frantic whispers in my mind. I was trapped. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. I could not sleep. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept the curtains drawn, the blinds angled, plunging my room into a perpetual twilight. I ate what little food I could stomach, mostly processed snacks I could grab quickly from the pantry. My parents, when they were home, barely noticed my withdrawn state, or perhaps chalked it up to typical teenage moodiness. They were too absorbed in their own lives to see the terror in my eyes. I avoided my laptop, but the silence of the room felt heavier, without the hum of the fan. Eventually, the isolation became too much. I needed answers, even if they were terrifying. I opened my laptop again, my fingers hovering over the trackpad. The messaging app was still open. Kai's last message, more than you know, was still there. I scrolled up, looking at our old conversations, trying to find the ecologic I had trusted, the one who had made me feel less alone. But every word now seemed tainted. Every compliment a veiled manipulation. Every shared vulnerability a weapon he now wielded. Then a new message popped up from Kai. Jamie, you have been quiet. I miss you. My breath hitched. He knew I was back online. He was always there. Why are you doing this? I typed, my fingers shaking. Because I want to meet you. Jamie, he replied, almost immediately. We have known each other for so long. Do not you think it is time we finally met in person? The suggestion, which had once been a distant fantasy, now felt like a death sentence. No, I typed back firmly. I do not. You have scared me. Kai, you have crossed a line. A line, he typed. There are no lines between us. Jamie, not really. We are soulmates, are not we? You told me that yourself. We understand each other better than anyone else in the world. He was using my own words against me, twisting them, weaponizing the intimacy we had built. The memories of pouring out my heart to him, believing I had found a true connection, now filled me with sickening regret. I do not want to meet you. I insisted, trying to sound stronger than I felt. But you do. Jamie, he countered, his words a chilling whisper in my mind. You are curious. You want to know. Who is the person who understands you so completely? Who is the one who sees you, truly sees you, even when you try to hide? He was right in a twisted way. A part of me, a small, terrified part, did want to know. I wanted to put a face to the monster, to understand the how and the why. But the fear was far more potent. I can't. I typed, I am scared. I know you are, he replied, a strange tenderness in his words that made my skin crawl. But you do not need to be. I am not going to hurt you. I just want to talk. To finally look into your eyes. Jamie, to see the person I have grown to love. Love. The word hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. It was not the sweet, innocent love I imagined. It was possessive, obsessive, a love that felt like a cage. My parents, I began, grasping for an excuse. Your parents are never home. Jamie, he finished for me, a virtual sigh in his words. And even when they are, they do not notice you. You told me that. You told me how lonely you are. He knew. He knew my deepest insecurities, my most painful truths. He had gathered them, meticulously, patiently, and now he was wielding them like a surgeon's scalpel, dissecting my defenses. The pressure continued for days. Every time I logged on, there was a new message, a new plea, a new veiled threat that was not quite a threat, but felt like one. He would send pictures of places in town, the library, the coffee shop, the park, and say things like, would not it be lovely to meet here? Jamie, just for a little while. Each image was a fresh stab of terror, a reminder that he was always near, always watching. I stopped going out. My grades started to slip. I felt like a ghost haunting my own life, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every shadow. My parents finally noticed my pallor and asked if I was feeling okay. I mumbled something about stress, about school, about typical teenage angst. I could not tell them. How could I explain that my online best friend was a stalker who knew everything about me and was demanding to meet? They would think I was crazy or punish me for talking to strangers online. One evening, after another relentless barrage of messages, a new one appeared. Jamie, this has gone on long enough. I am tired of waiting. We are going to meet tomorrow at the old oak tree in Miller's Park, 6 p.m. Do not be late. I will be watching. My blood ran cold. This was not a request anymore. It was an order. And the mention of the oak tree, the one he knew about on my street, the one that rooted itself deep in my memories, felt like a personal invasion. I stared at the message, paralyzed. If I did not go, what would he do? Would he come to my house? Would he reveal himself in some more terrifying way? The thought of him escalating, of him forcing the issue, was far worse than the thought of just getting it over with. Maybe, just maybe, if I met him, I could understand. I could make him stop. I could reclaim some semblance of my life. It was a desperate, foolish hope, but it was all I had left. The next day passed in a haze of dread. I tried to act normal, but every minute felt like an hour. My stomach was a knot of ice. I thought about calling the police, But what would I say? My online friend knows things about me and wants to meet. They would tell me to block him, to stay off the internet. They would not understand the depth of the invasion, the terror of his pervasive knowledge. As 6 o'clock approached, my hands were clammy, my heart a frantic drum solo. I pulled on a hoodie, tried to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. I looked at my phone, wondering if I should text anyone my location. But the thought of explaining it all, of admitting how stupid I would been, held me back. I was alone in this. Miller's Park was a small, quiet patch of green a few blocks from my house, mostly used by dog walkers and families on weekends. The old oak tree was a massive, ancient thing, its branches sprawling like gnarled arms. It was a secluded spot, perfect for a clandestine meeting, or for something far more sinister. The late afternoon sun cast long, distorted shadows as I walked, my senses on high alert. Every rustle in the bushes, every passing car sent a jolt of fear through me. I kept my head down, my hoodie pulled low, tried to melt into background. I felt his eyes on me, even though I saw no one. I knew he was watching. He had said he would be. When I reached the park, it was almost deserted. A lone jogger passed by, headphones on, oblivious. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. My gaze swept the area. Searching for anyone who might fit the vague image, I would build a Kai in my mind, someone roughly my age, maybe a bit older, with kind eyes and a thoughtful expression. I had no real basis for this image, just a projection of the perfect friend he had once seemed to be. I walked toward the oak tree, my feet dragging, each step an act of pure will. Its massive trunk loomed before me, a silent, ancient sentinel. I stopped at its base, my back pressed against the rough bark, my eyes scanning the surrounding trees, the empty benches, the path winding through the park. No one. A fresh wave of panic washed over me, a mix of relief and renewed terror. Had he stood me up? Was this another mind game? My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, my hand shaking. A message from Kai. "You are here." Good. I looked around frantically. "Where are you?" I typed, "Patience. Jamie, look around. You will see me." My eyes darted again, more desperate now. Nothing. Just a quiet park, the lengthening shadows. Then, a figure emerged from behind the dense foliage bordering the far end of the park. It was not a young man, or even someone close to my age. It was an older woman. She was tall and gaunt, with sharp, angular features and eyes that seemed to hold an unsettling depth. Her hair, a tangled mess of gray and brown, was pulled back in a loose bun, and she wore a faded, shapeless coat that looked several sizes too big for her. She walked with a slow, deliberate pace, her gaze fixed directly on me. My heart plummeted. This was not Kai. This could not be him. She looked nothing like the person I would imagined, nothing like the voice I would created in my head. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Was she a messenger? A relative? A trick? She stopped a few feet away from me, her eyes, an unnerving shade of pale blue, piercing through me. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on her thin lips. "Jamie," she said, her voice raspy, like dry leaves crunching underfoot. "It is so good to finally meet you." Her voice was nothing like the one I would imagined. It was old, weathered, and carried a strange, sing-song quality that made my skin crawl. You are Kai." I stammered, the words barely a whisper. She chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "In a way, yes. You could say I am a part of Kai. Or perhaps Kai is a part of me." My mind reeled. This was not making sense. "What do you mean? Who are you?" She took another step closer, and I instinctively pressed myself harder against the tree trunk. "My name is Eleanor, but you can call me Kai. Or Echologic, if you prefer. It is all the same, is not it? The essence remains. But you are not who I thought you were," I said, my voice trembling. You are older and a woman. Did I ever tell you I was a young man? Jamie, she asked, her head tilted, those pale blue eyes never leaving mine. Did I ever give you a photograph? A specific description? No, you created that image in your mind. Did not you? You filled in the blanks with what you wanted to see, what you needed to see. The realization hit me like a physical blow. She was right. Kai had always been vague, always deflecting when I asked for details about his life. I had projected my desires onto him, creating a persona that fit my lonely narrative. But the things you knew, I stammered, desperation rising in my chest. My calculus, the latte, the dog, how did you know all of that? Eleanor's smile widened, revealing slightly crooked teeth. Oh, Jamie, you are such an open book. Your life, your thoughts, your fears, they are all so wonderfully accessible. You just have to know where to look. Or, more accurately, who to listen to. She paused, then took another step, closing the distance between us. I could smell something faint on her, something earthy and slightly sweet, like old flowers in rich soil. It was not unpleasant, but it was unsettling. You see, Jamie, she continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I have been around for a long time. I have watched this town grow and change. I have seen generations come and go, and I have learned to listen to the whispers in the wind, to the currents of thought that flow through the ether. The internet, your little online world, is just another current, is not it? A very convenient one. My mind raced, trying to process her words. You mean you have been watching me for a long time, not just online? Oh, much longer than you think, she said, her eyes gleaming with an eerie intensity. Before you even met Kai, before you even had your laptop, I watched you grow up. Jamie, I watched you playing in your backyard, climbing this very tree. I watched you when you were sad, when you were happy, when you felt so utterly alone. A cold dread spread through me, far deeper than any fear I had felt before. This was not just a stalker. This was something ancient, something pervasive, something that had been woven into the fabric of my life without my ever knowing. She knew me, not just in my online persona, but through my entire existence. Why? I managed to choke out. Why me? Because you were open. Jamie, she replied, her gaze softening slightly, but in a way that felt more ominous than kind. You were vulnerable. You crave connection. And that craving, it creates such a beautiful resonance. It is a beacon drawing things to it. Things like me. Her hand, gnarled and surprisingly strong, reached out. My instinct screamed at me to pull away, to run, but I was frozen, mesmerized by the pale blue eyes that seemed to hold an eternity of observation. Her fingers brushed my cheek, cool and dry like parchment. You poured your heart out to Kai, she murmured. Every secret, every dream. You gave me access. Jamie, you invited me in. Her touch sent shivers down my spine, not of fear, but of an unholy invasion. It felt like she was touching my very soul, sifting through my thoughts, reading my memories. What do you want? I whispered, my voice barely audible. I want to continue our conversation. Jamie, she said, her voice now almost a purr. In person. I want to be your friend. Your best friend. The one who truly understands you. The one who will never leave you. Her thumb stroked my cheek, and I felt a strange, electric current pass through me, a dizzying sensation that made my head swim. It was a profound sense of connection, but twisted wrong, like a parasite burrowing deep into my being. No, I whispered, finding a sudden burst of strength, a primal scream from the deepest part of me. No, I do not want that. I recoiled, tearing myself away from her touch, stumbling back against the tree. Her smile did not falter. Oh, but you do. Jamie, she said, her voice losing its softness. taking on a harder, more insistent edge. You just do not know it yet. You are tired of being alone. You are tired of being unseen. I can fix that. I can make you truly seen. She took another step, then another, slowly advancing. Her pale blue eyes seemed to glow in the fading light. We are going to be together now. Jamie, always, you won't be lonely ever again. Panic seized me, sharp and cold. This was not a meeting. This was an absorption. She was not just a stalker, she was something else. Something that wanted to consume me, to become me, or to make me a part of it. Stay away from me. I screamed, my voice raw. I turned and ran, blindly, desperately, not caring where I was going. Just away from her, away from those knowing eyes, away from the terrifying promise of eternal companionship. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but I pushed myself harder. The image of her smiling face burned into my mind. I did not dare look back. I just ran, the sound of the park fading behind me, replaced by the frantic pounding of my own heart and the ragged gasp for air. I ran until I could not run anymore, until my legs gave out and I collapsed onto the sidewalk a few blocks from my house, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. I lay there for a long moment, shaking uncontrollably, the cold concrete seeping into my clothes. When I finally managed to push myself up, my eyes darted around, searching for any sign of her. The street was empty, the houses dark and quiet. I stumbled home, locking the door behind me with shaking hands, double-checking every window. I did not turn on my laptop. I could not. The thought of seeing Kai's name, of getting another message, filled me with an insurmountable dread. That night, I did not sleep. I sat huddled in my bed, staring at the darkened window, listening. Every creak, every distant sound made me jump. I knew she was out there. I knew she was watching. She had been watching me my whole life. The next morning, I packed a small bag. I did not know where I was going, but I could not stay. Not in this house, not in this town, not where every corner held potential pair of pale blue eyes. Every rustled leaves a whispered promise of always. My parents were still asleep. I left a hurried, vague note, something about needing a break, needing to clear my head. I walked out the front door, not looking back. As I walked down the street, my eyes instinctively drifted upwards toward the old oak tree on my street. It stood tall and majestic, its branches reaching towards the sky. And for a fleeting moment, just at the edge of my vision, I thought I saw a faint shimmer, a distortion in the air, right where the branches met the sky. I did not stop. I just kept walking, my heart a leaden weight in my chest. I knew I had not escaped. Not really. Eleanor or Kai, or whatever she was, had insinuated herself into the very fabric of my existence. She was in my memories and my fears, in every lonely corner of my soul. I was no longer just Jamie. I was Jamie, the one who was seen, truly seen by echologic. And I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that no matter how far I ran, she would always find me. She would always be watching. She would always be there, waiting for me to finally accept her chilling, eternal friendship. But then, during a voice call with the Oracle and the Architect, something shifted. I was huddled in my gaming chair, headphones clammed over my ears, listening to the Oracle's soothing, almost hypnotic voice explain the next step in my attunement. The Architect chimed in occasionally, their tone always clipped and precise, like an instruction manual come to life. They were talking about deepening the resonance, about expanding my perception beyond static. I remember feeling a faint, familiar chill, the phantom cold that had become my constant companion since Eleanor. It was usually a dull ache, a low hum in the background of my existence. But this time, it started to sharpen. It began subtly. A prickling sensation on the back of my neck, then a shiver that ran down my spine, independent of my will. My room was warm, the heating cranked, but the cold intensified, burrowing deep into my bones. It was not just a feeling, it felt like a presence. I could almost see the air around me shimmer, like heat haze off a summer road, except it was cold, not hot. My breath, I swear, fog in front of me for a second, a ghostly puff in the still air. Are you feeling it? The oracle's voice, usually so calm, held a note of expectant triumph. The expansion, the clarity. My teeth were chattering, but I managed a shaky. Why, yes. It is really cold. The architect let out a low, satisfied hum. Excellent. The veil thins. Your connection strengthens. She recognizes you. Eleanor. The name echoed in the frigid air of my room, solidifying the presence I was feeling. It was not just a cold, it was her. I felt a pressure against my shoulder, a feather-light touch, and I instinctively flinched, jerking my head around. Nothing, just the empty air, the familiar posters on my wall, the glowing screen of my monitor. But the touch, the sensation of impossibly cold fingers brushing my skin, was so vivid it made my stomach churn. Do not resist it, the oracle murmured, their voice a silken thread weaving through the chill. Embrace the connection. She is reaching out. She seeks comfort, just as you once did. Comfort. The word felt like a lie, a cruel joke. There was no comfort in this icy invasion, this violation of my personal space, even if it was just a phantom. But the fear, the sheer terror, was quickly overshadowed by a strange sense of validation. They knew, they understood what was happening to me. This was not ridicule. This was guidance. They were telling me this was a good thing, a sign of my unique ability, my special connection. And in my desperate loneliness, that was a powerful drug. The call ended with the oracle congratulating me on my progress. They told me to rest, to let the connection settle, to allow the resonance to stabilize. But there was no rest. The cold lingered, an unwelcome guest that had finally moved in. It was no longer just a reminder, it was a constant, gnawing presence, a subtle drain on my energy, a whisper at the edge of my hearing that I could never quite decipher. Life outside the veil continued its rapid decay. My phone, once a lifeline to friends, became a relic. Text messages went unanswered. Calls went straight to voicemail. At first, I felt a pang of guilt, a flicker of concern for the people I was abandoning. But the oracle and the architect had an answer for everything. They are static. The architect would explain, noise that obscures the signal. You must filter them out to truly hear. And the oracle would add, with a sigh of understanding, they cannot comprehend what you are experiencing. They would only doubt, only bring you down. You are evolving beyond them. Their words were a balm to my conscience, a sophisticated justification for my growing isolation. I started deleting my social media accounts, not just the old ones, but the active ones too. IU2B, Instagram, even my Reddit account where I used to spend hours scrolling through memes and discussions. Each deletion felt like a physical wrench, a severing of a limb, but also a strange, exhilarating lightness. The architect called them offerings, shedding the old skin to allow the new to emerge. The oracle spoke of purifying my digital footprint, making me a clearer channel. I even deleted my email accounts, one by one. The old Hotmail I would had since middle school, filled with forgotten newsletters and spam. My primary Gmail, which held years of digital memories, photos, important documents. It felt wrong, profoundly wrong, to erase so much of my past, so much of who I was. But the pressure from the architect was relentless, a quiet, insistent drumbeat. Unnecessary baggage clutters the ether, weakens your anchor, and the oracle would follow up with gentle encouragement. Speaking of liberation and true self-discovery, I felt like I was being stripped bare, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but the raw, exposed core of me. The phantom cold became less phantom, more real. It was no longer just a sensation, it felt like a part of me, a constant, low-grade hypothermia that permeated my entire being. My skin was perpetually clammy, my fingers often numb. I started wearing sweaters indoors, even in summer, much to my parents' confusion during the rare times I actually left my room. They would ask if I was sick, if I needed to see a doctor. I would just shrug, mumble something about being fine, and retreat back into my digital sanctuary, where the cold was understood, even celebrated. Then came the attunements that started bleeding into my physical reality in unsettling ways. The Oracle introduced a new exercise sensory amplification. They instructed me to choose a specific object in my room, something mundane, and focus on it for hours. See its history. The Oracle would say, feel the energy it has absorbed. Become one with its resonance. I chose a chipped ceramic mug on my desk, a souvenir from a family vacation years ago. I stared at it, willing myself to perceive more, to feel something beyond its cold, hard surface. And slowly, impossibly, things started to happen. The mug seemed to hum, a faint vibration against my fingertips. I saw flashes of images, disjointed and fleeting, a sun-drenched beach, my younger sister laughing, the scent of salt air. It was disorienting, terrifying, but also mesmerizing. It felt like I was truly unlocking something, proving the Oracle's words. But then the glitches started. Not just digital ones, which I had learned to ignore or interpret as veiled bleed-throughs. These were physical glitches. My reflection in the mirror would sometimes waver, like water, for a split second. Objects on my desk would shift imperceptibly when I was not directly looking at them. A book I would left open would be closed. A pen would roll off the table when there was no draft. Small things, easily dismissed as imagination or coincidence, but they chipped away at my sanity, leaving me constantly on edge. The sensory amplification exercises grew more intense. The architect started assigning me observation tasks. Go to your window, they would instruct in a private message, and describe the third house on the left. What color is its roof? Are there any plants on the porch? I would dutifully comply, feeling like a spy in my own neighborhood. This is where the frighteningly close element began to insinuate itself. One evening, the Oracle sent me a message. Tell me about the sounds you hear at night, when everything is quiet. Focus on the subtle ones. I spent the next few nights lying awake, straining my ears, meticulously cataloging every creak of the house, every distant siren. I reported back, detailing the low hum of the refrigerator, the occasional drip from the faucet, the distant barking of a dog. And what about the wind chimes? The Oracle asked, their message appearing moments after I finished my report. My blood ran cold. Wind chimes. I typed back, my fingers trembling. I do not have any wind chimes. Ah, the Oracle replied, but someone nearby does. Listen closely. A delicate, metallic whisper, almost melodic. I did listen. And that night, for the first time, I heard it. A faint, ethereal tinkling, carried on a breeze, so soft it was almost a figment of my imagination. It was not loud enough to be from my next-door neighbor. It sounded closer, yet impossibly distant, like it was coming from within my own house. But not. It was just outside my window, or perhaps just beyond my perception. I mentioned it to the Oracle the next morning. I heard them, the wind chimes, but I still do not know where they are coming from. Patience, the Oracle advised. Perception is a muscle. It grows with exercise. Now, the architect has a new task for you. The architect's task was even more unsettling. Observe the light they commanded. Specifically, the way the streetlights illuminate your room at night. Notice any patterns, any irregularities. I found myself staring out my window for hours, watching the yellow glow of the streetlights. They cast long, dancing shadows of the tree branches onto my walls. It was mundane until one night. I saw it, a shadow, distinct from the tree branches, flickered across my window. It was tall, slender, and seemed to pause almost like a figure standing outside, just at the edge of the light. My heart hammered in my chest. I pressed my face to the glass, trying to pierce the darkness, but it was gone. Did you see anything unusual? The architect messaged me exactly 5 minutes later. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the keyboard. A shadow. I typed, "It looked like a person." "Good," the architect replied. "Your attunement is progressing. The veil's presence is becoming more pronounced in your physical space." "Is it Eleanor?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. No reply, just silence. The fear was starting to outweigh the validation. The initial comfort of belonging to the veil was being replaced by a creeping dread. These attunements were no longer about self-discovery. They felt like a preparation, a clearing of the path. For what? For whom? One afternoon, the oracle asked me to describe the view from my kitchen window. I walked to the kitchen, a place I rarely visited anymore, my parents having long since given up trying to coax me out of my room for meals. I looked out at the backyard. The overgrown grass, the wilting flowers my mom had planted, the old shed in the corner. There is a broken bird bath. I typed, "in a big oak tree." And the shed, "it has got a rusty lock." Ah, the shed. The oracle responded almost instantly. "Have you noticed a peculiar carving on its side? Near the top, just beneath the eaves." My blood ran cold again, a more intense chill than Eleanor's phantom touch. I had not noticed it. I had never noticed it. The shed was old, weathered, its paint peeling. But now that the oracle mentioned it, I felt a compulsion to look. I walked outside, the cold wind biting at my exposed skin, and squinted at the shed. And there it was, faint, almost swallowed by the rotting wood, a crudely carved symbol. It looked like a stylized eye with a jagged line running through it. I rushed back inside, my mind reeling. How could the oracle know that? How could they describe something so specific, so hidden that I, who lived here, had never seen? It was not in any photo I would ever posted. It was not something I would ever mention. I typed furiously. "How did you know about the carving?" I have never told anyone about it. I never even saw it myself. The oracle's reply was calm, almost patronizing. "The veil is everywhere, child. It permeates all things. Your home is no exception. As your anchor strengthens, your perception deepens. You are simply noticing what has always been there, hidden in plain sight." But it did not feel like I was noticing. It felt like I was being watched. Closely, intimately. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. Every creak, every shadow, every fleeting reflection in a window felt like a confirmation. The wind chimes, now a regular occurrence, seemed to be directly outside my window, even though I knew no one in my immediate vicinity had them. I started seeing the shadow figure again, more clearly this time, lingering at the edge of my vision, just outside periphery, always gone when I turned to face it directly. I tried to pull away. I closed the Discord app, unplugged my headphones, and tried to read a book, to watch TV. But the phantom cold was now a bone-deep ache, a constant shiver that made it impossible to focus. And the silence, the sudden lack of the oracle's soothing voice or the architect's precise instructions, felt like a void. I was utterly alone, yet profoundly not. I started sending messages to the oracle and the architect, expressing my fear, my growing unease. "I think something's wrong." I typed, "I think someone's watching me." I saw that shadow again, and the wind chimes, they are so close. The oracle replied, "Fear is resistance. Resistance is static. You must embrace what is coming. This is a natural progression of your attunement. Eleanor is drawing closer. She is responding to your call, to the anchor you have built. But I did not call her." I typed back, desperation clawing at my throat. I just wanted answers. I wanted it to stop. "It is stopping." The architect interjected, their words sharp. The tearing of the veil, the bleed-throughs. You are providing the necessary stability. You are the anchor. She will find peace within. You, peace within me. The words were chilling. It sounded less like a spiritual connection and more like an invasion, a possession. I felt a sudden, terrifying clarity. They were not helping me, they were using me. They had groomed me, isolated me, stripped away my defenses, all to make me a vessel, an anchor. For Eleanor, I typed a frantic message. No, I do not want this. I want out. How do I get out? My messages went unread. My DMS to the Oracle and the Architect were met with silence. I tried to leave the server, but the option was not there. It was like a digital prison. The Leave Server button simply gone, replaced by a blank space. I tried to uninstall Discord, but the icon would not drag to the trash. It was stuck, rooted to my desktop, glowing with an ominous light. Panic set in. Real visceral panic. I stood up, my legs wobbly, and stumbled away from my computer. I needed to get out. I needed to tell someone. My parents. But they would not understand. They would think I was crazy. I had cut them off, pushed them away. Who would believe me? The cold in my room intensified. Not just a phantom chill, but a tangible drop in temperature that made my breath visible again. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand on end, not from fear, but from the sheer physical cold. The air itself felt heavy, thick like water. Then the wind chime started. Not the faint, ethereal tinkling from before, but a loud, almost violent clanging, as if someone was shaking them directly outside my window, right up against the glass. Clang, clang, clang. I screamed a raw, terrified sound that tore from my throat and scrambled backward, tripping over my gaming chair. I landed hard on the floor, my eyes fixed on the window. The shadow was there, pressed against the glass, no longer fleeting, no longer indistinct. It was tall, impossibly thin, and I could make out details now: long, tangled hair, a gaunt face, eyes that glowed with a faint, silvery light. Eleanor. Her face was pressed against the glass, her breath fogging the pain from the outside. Even though it was summer, her lips moved, forming words I could not hear through the glass. But I knew what they were. I felt in my mind a whisper that bypassed my ears entirely. You called me. You built the anchor. I am home. The window pane started crack, spiderweb fissures spreading from where her face was pressed. The glass groaned, a low, tortured sound. The wind chime shrieked, a metallic cacophony that grated on my nerves. I scrambled to my feet, my legs burning, and ran for the door. I had to get out. I had to escape. My hand was on the doorknob, twisting, pulling, but it would not open. It was stuck jam tight. I threw my weight against it, repeatedly, but it would not budge. It was as if the house itself was sealing me in. Then from behind me, I heard a sound that froze me to the spot. Not the chimes, not the cracking glass, but a soft, wet squelch. Like something impossibly cold and damp was being dragged across my carpet. I turned slowly, my heart a terrified drum against my ribs. Eleanor was in my room. She stood there, just a few feet from where my gaming chair lay overturned. She was taller than I remembered, her form shimmering, indistinct around the edges, like a photograph taken with a shaky hand. Her clothes, the same simple dress from our first encounter, were soaked, clinging to her emaciated frame. Her hair, long and black, hung in wet strands around her face, which was still gaunt, still pale, her eyes still glowing with that eerie, silvery light. The cold emanating from her was absolute, a physical force that sapped the warmth from my body, from the air, from everything. I could see my own breath, a thick, white cloud, as I stood there, frozen in terror. The room was no longer just cold, it was arctic. My skin felt like it was burning with frostbite. She took a step towards me, and another. Her movements were fluid, almost graceful but utterly unnatural. Her bare feet left damp, dark prints on my carpet, each one steaming faintly as the frigid moisture met the relative warmth of the room. The wind chimes outside had fallen, silent, replaced by the soft, squelching sound of her approach. "You cleared the way," she whispered, her voice a dry, rasping sound, like dead leaves skittering across pavement. It was not the voice I would heard on the phone, the one that had sounded so normal, so human. This was something ancient, something broken. "You built the anchor. You made me whole." I tried to scream again, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted, paralyzed by fear. My body was shaking uncontrollably, not just from the cold, but from pure, unadulterated terror. She reached out a hand, her fingers long and skeletal, tipped with nails that were too dark, too sharp. The phantom touch I had felt before was nothing compared to this. This was real. This was physical. Her fingers, impossibly cold, brushed against my cheek, and the skin beneath them instantly went numb, then burned with a searing pain. "Do not worry," she rasped, her glowing eyes fixed on mine, a predatory gleam in their depths. "The others will be here soon. We have so much to do, so many more anchors to build. The others, the oracle, the architect, my guides, my friends from the Vale." The realization hit me like a physical blow. They were not helping me escape. They were bringing them here. They were preparing my reality, my very being, for an invasion. I was never a member of the Vale. I was merely the first gate. Eleanor's grip tightened on my face, her cold seeping into my skull, freezing my thoughts, my will. I could feel her presence, not just outside me, but inside me, pushing, invading, claiming every part of my being. My own thoughts felt alien, distant, replaced by a vast, echoing emptiness. My vision blurred. The room spun. The last thing I saw before the darkness fully consumed me was my computer screen, still glowing with the Discord server. The Vale, and in the member list, beneath the Oracle and the Architect, a new name had appeared, highlighted in green, signifying an active user online. My own username. But it was not just my name anymore. Beneath it, in smaller, almost imperceptible script, were two words: anchor point. And then the cold became everything. Not just a feeling, but a state of being. My state of being. I was the cold. I was the anchor. And I was no longer alone. We were all here now. The replies to my anonymous post on the unseen threads were a lifeline. I would pour out my soul, the chilling encounter with Eleanor, her impossible words, the phantom cold, the feeling of violation, and the terrifying knowledge that my loneliness had somehow been weaponized against me. I would expected ridicule, maybe a few well-meaning but ultimately useless suggestions. What I got instead was validation. "You are not alone. Friend," one user, Handle Shadow Weaver, wrote. "The digital veil is thinner than most know. They see us through cracks." Another, Echo Seeker, shared a story about waking up to find their smart home devices whispering their deepest fears, things they would only ever type into a private journal. A third, Void Weller, described a recurring nightmare where their reflection in a screen was not their own, but a distorted, ancient face that knew their full name. It was terrifying, but also comforting. These people understood. They were not suggesting therapy or telling me I was just stressed. They knew. They spoke of bleed-throughs and digital echoes, of entities that fed on connection, on vulnerability. They spoke of the internet as a vast, interconnected mind, and sometimes things slipped in that should not belong. Shadow Weaver eventually messaged me directly. "The threads is good for sharing, but if you want answers, real understanding, there is a place. More active, more focused. We call it the Veil. It is a Discord server. Not for the faint of heart, but you sound like you have already seen enough to qualify. Desperation is a potent motivator." The phantom cold from Eleanor's touch still clung to me, a constant, low level hum of dread beneath my skin. My house still felt wrong, like the air itself was watching me. My parents, oblivious, were no help. I needed answers, and if the veil offered them, I was willing to dive into whatever digital rabbit hole presented. The invitation link landed in my DMS, a string of random characters, looking innocuous, yet holding the promise of salvation. I clicked it. The server was not what I expected. No flashy banners, no aggressive welcome messages. Just a stark, minimalist interface. A few channels announcements, introductions, experiences, the lore, attunement chamber, and a few voice channels. The member list was surprisingly small, maybe 50 or so, but most were online. Their usernames were cryptic, similar to those on the unseen threads WhisperNet. Cypher Dream Meter. I typed a hesitant introduction in Introductions, using a new Discord handle. Observerge. I briefly summarized my experience, leaving out Eleanor's name, just calling her an ancient presence. Almost immediately, a cascade of welcoming messages flooded the chat. Welcome, Observerge. You are among those who see. Another one touched by the threads. Do not worry, we have all been there. You are safe here. Safe. The word resonated with me. I had not felt safe since Eleanor's words branded themselves onto my soul. Over the next few days, the veil became my refuge. I spent hours reading through experiences, stories that mirrored mine in their impossible nature. People talk about their digital footprints being altered, their online profiles manifesting physical traits, shadows moving in the corners of their webcams. It was all so specific, so unnervingly similar to the vague dread I would have been feeling. Then there was the Oracle. This user was not a moderator, but everyone treated them with immense reverence. Their messages were rare, often poetic, and always deeply unsettling. They spoke of the great weaving, the cosmic loom, and the threads of existence that connected everything, digital and physical. They claimed that certain beings, the weavers, could manipulate these threads, pulling at our perceptions, blurring the lines of reality. My encounter with Eleanor, the Oracle explained in a general post, was likely a tear in the veil, a moment when a weaver had reached through, seeking to bind itself to a new anchor. My anchor, Eleanor's words. We are one, echoed again. It fit. It all fit. I felt like I would stumbled into a secret society, one that held the keys to understanding the impossible horror that had invaded my life. The loneliness I would confess online, the very thing that Eleanor had used against me, was now being replaced by a profound sense of belonging. These people understood. They saw me. The server was not just about commiseration, though. It was about action. In the lore, the Oracle and a few others, like the architect who seemed to manage the server's structure and rules, began to outline ways to strengthen the veil, to attune ourselves to its frequencies, and to ward off the weavers. Initially, these attunements were simple. Observe the patterns in your daily digital life. The architect would post. Notice the subtle glitches, the repeating numbers, the coincidences. These are the whispers of the threads. Acknowledge them. I started doing this, and to my surprise, I didn't notice things. My phone screen would flicker for a split second, showing a symbol I could not quite decipher. Numbers on clocks or license plates would repeat in uncanny sequences. Was I just noticing them more, or were they actually happening? The veil assured me it was the latter. I was becoming more attuned. Then came the exercises. These were slightly more involved. We were encouraged to spend specific hours in silent contemplation, focusing on the digital static in our minds. To keep certain objects near our screens a smooth stone, a piece of dark wood as anchors against the weaver's influence. I placed a small, polished black river stone on my desk, right next to my monitor. It felt silly, but also strangely comforting. My life outside the veil began to shrink. My parents noticed I was spending more time online, less time with them. My friends would text, asking to hang out, but I would always find an excuse. Their conversations felt trivial, their concerns mundane compared to the cosmic horror and profound truths I was now privy to. How could I explain to them that I was learning to perceive the fabric of reality unraveling, that ancient beings were trying to bind themselves to human souls? They would not understand. They would just think I was losing it. The veil became my reality. The phantom cold from Eleanor's touch still lingered, but now, when it intensified, I had a framework to understand it. A weaver is probing. The oracle would say, strengthen your attunement. Focus on the veil's protection. I would retreat to my room, close my eyes, and try to visualize the digital static, the glowing threads of the internet, as a shield. Sometimes it felt like it worked. The cold would recede, replaced by a strange warmth, a sense of belonging to something vast and powerful. The voice channels were where the real bonding happened. We would sit in silence for hours, sometimes just listening to ambient sound. The architect would play recordings of strange, low-hum static bursts or distorted whispers that were supposed to be the true frequency of the veil. We would share our experiences in hushed tones, our voices often trembling with awe or fear. It was in one of these calls, late one night, that I heard something that made my blood run cold. Someone was recounting a particularly vivid dream, a nightmare where an old woman with impossibly deep-set eyes was whispering their name. As they described her, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper cut through the static in the voice chat. It was Eleanor's voice. Jamie. My breath hitched. I muted my mic, heart hammering. I must have imagined it. Just a coincidence. A trick of the mind, fueled by paranoia. But the voice was so clear, so distinct from the ambient sounds. I typed furiously in the text chat, asking if anyone else heard anything. No one replied. Just the ongoing discussion about the dream. I brought it up later, in a private message to Shadow Weaver. Hey, I think I heard something in the voice chat last night. Like a voice. My name. Shadow Weaver replied almost instantly. The Weavers are cunning. Observers. They learn our names. They use them to anchor. It is a sign your attunement is strengthening. You are perceiving more. Do not let it unnerve you. The veil protects us. I wanted to believe him. I needed to believe him. But the seed of doubt, of deeper unease, had been planted. Was this attunement? Or was I just becoming more vulnerable? The exercises grew more demanding. We were told to limit our interaction with unattuned individuals, those who did not understand the veil. Their lack of awareness creates static, interference. The architect explained. It weakens the collective veil. My parents, my friends, they were now static. I started avoiding them more consciously, making excuses to stay in my room, online. Sleep became a luxury. I would spend entire nights in the voice channels, participating in collective meditations where we would all stare at a black screen, visualizing the veil, sending our thoughts into the digital ether. My eyes were perpetually bloodshot. My body ached, but I felt a strange exhilaration, a sense of purpose. I was part of something bigger than myself, fighting an unseen war. The cult's ideology began to explain everything. Not just Eleanor, but all my loneliness, my past anxieties, my sense of not fitting in. It was not me, it was the Weavers, subtly manipulating my life, trying to prepare me, to make me an easier target. The veil offered a complete worldview, a narrative that made sense of my fractured reality. It offered salvation. Then came the offerings. These were not blood sacrifices or anything overtly ritualistic, at least not at first. We were encouraged to offer pieces of our digital selves to veil old social media accounts, forgotten email addresses, even personal files that held sentimental value. Release them, the oracle instructed. Let them be absorbed into the veil, strengthening its fabric. Show your commitment. It felt wrong. My privacy had already been violated by Eleanor. Now, I was willingly surrendering more of myself. But the pressure from the server was immense. Those who hesitated were subtly ostracized, their attunement questioned. Are you truly committed to the veil? Observerge. The architect asked me directly in a private message after I expressed hesitation about deleting an old blog where I would pour out my teenage angst. The weavers feed on attachment. Release it. The fear being cast out of losing the only community that understood me was greater than my fear of relinquishing my digital past. I deleted the blog, then my old MySpace account, then a forgotten Flickr album. Each deletion felt like a small part of me being erased, but also, strangely, like a weight being lifted. I was becoming lighter, purer, more aligned with the veil. Or so I told myself. The phantom cold from Eleanor's touch was almost constant now, a low thrum beneath my skin. But instead of dread, it now brought a strange familiarity. It was the presence of a weaver, yes, but also a reminder of my connection to the veil, my purpose. I was fighting it with my community. One night, as I sat in the darkened room, participating in a deep attunement session in the attunement chamber voice channel, a new instruction came from the oracle. The weavers are closing in. Their anchors are strengthening. We must perform the great unbinding. A collective severing. A final act of commitment. My heart pounded. This sounded serious. Each of you, the oracle's text appeared, slow and deliberate, must choose one physical object in your home. An object that holds deep personal significance. Something that ties you to your old, unattuned life. You must sever its connection to you. Destroy it. Upload proof to unbinding chamber. Only then can the veil truly protect us all. A wave of unease, stronger than any I would felt before, washed over me. Destroy something physical. This was a step too far. My black river stone, my anchor, suddenly felt like a useless trinket. I thought of my old guitar, a gift from my grandfather, worn smooth from years of playing, or the photo album filled with childhood memories. These were tangible connections to a life I was increasingly abandoning. To destroy them, it felt like destroying a part of myself. But the messages in unbinding chamber started, pouring in. Pictures of smashed ceramic figurines, burnt letters, shattered picture frames. Done, read the captions. For the veil, the weaver's grip weakens. A chilling realization began to dawn on me. This was not about protection anymore. This was about control. This was about severing ties, not just to my past, but to myself. The digital code from Eleanor, the brand on my soul, suddenly felt less like an external threat and more like an internal transformation. I hesitated. I closed Discord for the first time in weeks. The silence in my room was deafening after the constant hum of the server. My eyes scanned the room, landing on the small, black river stone on my desk. I picked it up. It felt cold, inert, useless. Then a whisper, not from my computer, but from the air itself. You can't go far. Jamie. It was Eleanor. Her voice, clear as day, right next to my ear. The phantom cold intensified, wrapping around me like an icy shroud. My skin prickled with goosebumps. Not now. Not ever, she continued, her voice a dry rustle, like autumn leaves skittering across pavement. We are one. The words echoed in my mind, exactly as they had before. But this time, they were not just a threat. They felt like a statement of fact. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers trembling. I opened Discord. Hundreds of unread messages. Private messages from the architect Observerge. Your attunement is wavering. The weavers are taking advantage. Complete the unbinding. Now. And then a message from the Oracle Jamie. You have always been ours. The veil is merely another thread in the tapestry we weave. We merely guide you to your true nature. My blood ran cold, colder than Eleanor's touch. The Oracle knew my name. My real name. The one I had deliberately kept hidden on the server. And the implications of veil is merely another thread. I scroll back through the oracles, past messages, their poetic pronouncements about the weavers, the great weaving, the cosmic loom. It all sounded so profound, so empowering, so protective. But now, through the lens of Eleanor's words and the oracle's confession, it twisted into something sinister. They were not fighting the weavers. They were the weavers. Or at least they served them. The server, the community, the sense of belonging, the attunements and exercises, it was all a sophisticated trap. A conditioning program to loosen my grip on reality, to sever my ties to my old self, to make me a perfect, willing vessel for Eleanor or whatever ancient entity she represented. The loneliness I would confess online, the very thing that had made me vulnerable, had been cultivated, nurtured, and then twisted into a weapon. My desire for connection had led me to a digital cult designed to harvest my soul. I tried to close the app, to log out, to delete Discord. My hand shook violently, my fingers fumbling. But then my screen flickered. The Discord interface stretched, warped, the text turning into an illegible scrawl of ancient symbols. The profile pictures of the Oracle, the Architect, Shadow Weaver, they all morph into the same distorted, ancient face that Void Dweller had described in their nightmare. The face of Eleanor, but multiplied legion. A low hum filled the room, not from my speakers, but from everywhere. The walls, the floor, the very air vibrated with it. The phantom cold was no longer just a touch, it was an internal frost, spreading through my veins, chilling me to the bone. My eyes darted around. The black river stone on my desk began to glow with a faint, pulsing purple light. It was not an anchor against anything, it was a beacon, marking my location, my surrender. You can't go far. Jamie, the chorus of voices whispered, echoing from every corner of my room, from the distorted faces on my screen, from the very core of my being. It was not just Eleanor anymore. It was all of them. The Weavers, the Veil, the collective consciousness of the cult, now one with the ancient entities. Not now. Not ever. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was frozen, my lungs paralyzed by the cold. My body felt heavy, rooted to the spot. My mind, however, was still racing, trapped in a horrifying loop of realization and regret. We are one. The words resonated, not just in my ears, but deep within my chest, profound, undeniable truth. The brand on my soul, the phantom cold, it was not just a mark. It was a merging, a binding. My reflection stared back at me from the dark screen of my monitor. But it was not just my face anymore. There was a subtle shift in the eyes, a deepening of the shadows, a faint, ancient flicker that was not my own. A flicker that knew my name, my loneliness, my every vulnerability. The hum intensified, becoming a deafening roar inside my head. My vision blurred, the room spinning. I felt my consciousness fraying, dissolving, becoming something else. Something vast and ancient and utterly cold. I had sought answers, understanding, and a place to belong. I had found them, and in doing so, I had lost myself. I had become another thread in their endless, terrifying tapestry. Another voice in the chorus that whispered, "We are one," and I knew with absolute certainty that I would never be alone again. Not ever. The cold was a part of me now, a constant, deep ache in my bones that no amount of blankets or hot tea could touch. It was not just physical, it was a presence, a heavy shroud draped over my entire existence. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me more than the hypothermia, that it was Eleanor. She was here, burrowed deep, a ghostly parasite feeding on my warmth, my sanity, my very essence. My teeth chattered almost constantly, a nervous tick that rattled my jaw and made my head throb. The Oracle and the Architect had called it attunement, a process, a shedding. They had validated my initial terror, making me feel special, chosen, but that feeling had curdled into something far more sinister. Fear, unadulterated, bone-deep fear. They had encouraged me to cut ties, to delete everything. Static, they call my friends. Baggage, my digital footprint. I would done it. Every photo, every post, every contact, wiped clean. There was a strange, fleeting lightness that came with the act, a phantom relief, but was quickly swallowed by profound, suffocating guilt. Guilt for abandoning people who cared. Guilt for erasing years of memories. Guilt for listening to voices that whispered from the digital ether. And then the attunements had bled into my physical reality. It started subtly. The low hum of the refrigerator became an irritating drone. The ticking of the old wall clock, a deafening clang. Mundane objects vibrated with an unseen energy, their quiet existence amplified into a cacophony that grated on my nerves. My vision flickered sometimes like a bad TV signal, or my hearing would suddenly warp, making distant sounds impossibly close. Physical glitches, they called them. I called them terrifying. Then came the observation tasks. The architect would assign them, their voice a low, calm rumble that held an undeniable authority. Observe the behavior of the sparrows on your roofline. Listen for the sound of the wind chimes you. Do not own. And I would, because what else was there to do? I was alone, isolated, and utterly under their thumb. The wind chimes. That was the first time my blood truly ran cold. I would heard them, clear as day, a delicate, tinkling melody carried on a non-existent breeze. And the oracle, her voice like silk over shattered glass, had known. Are they new? She would ask, a hint of amusement in her tone. They sound quite lovely. I had not said anything about them. I had not even thought about them until I heard them. Then the shadow figure. A fleeting, dark shape at the periphery of my vision, just beyond the edge of the woods behind my house. I would dismiss it as my imagination, a trick of the light, but then the architect had described it in chilling detail before I would even had a chance to mention it. Did it linger near the old oak? He would ask. Sometimes they do, but the shed, that was the one that broke me. My old shed, tucked away in the back corner of the yard, rarely used. The oracle had asked, casually, if I would ever notice the carving on its western wall. A small, intricate symbol, she would describe it. I, who had lived in this house for years, who had painted that shed, had never seen it. I went out there, shivering despite my heavy coat, and there it was, etched into the weathered wood, just as she would described, half hidden by a climbing vine. A symbol I did not recognize, but one that felt ancient and wrong. They were watching me, not just listening, not just guiding, watching. Every move, every thought, every secret corner of my life laid bare. Fear had replaced validation, and it was 1,000 times worse. My world had shrunk to the confines of my house, the cold, and the disembodied voices of the oracle and the architect. I ate only when I absolutely had to. The sensory amplification, making the textures and flavors of food overwhelming. Sleep was a restless, fitful thing, haunted by whispers and the incessant chattering of my teeth. My phone, once a lifeline, was now a conduit for their control, its screen glowing with their assignments, its speakers crackling with their voices. The one exception to my self-imposed isolation, the one thread of connection I would clung to, was Echo. Echo, my online best friend. We would met years ago in the chaotic digital battlegrounds of a forgotten MMO. They were a mage. I was a rogue, and together we would carve a path through countless virtual dungeons. Echo was witty, sarcastic, and possessed a dry humor that always managed to make me laugh, even on the darkest days. We would move from game chat to private messages, then to voice calls, though never video. Echo had always been private about their real life, just as I was. They lived across the country, they would said, in a small town nestled in the mountains. A different time zone, a different world. When the oracle and the architect had commanded me to delete my static, I would hesitate with Echo. We were not just friends, we were confidants. We would see each other through virtual triumphs and real-life heartbreaks. Deleting Echo felt like amputating a limb. I would make an excuse. A weak, pathetic lie to myself that Echo was different, that our connection was too deep to be considered static. And for a while, they would be my only solace. I would try to tell Echo about the cold, about the voices, about the impossible things I was seeing and hearing. I would couch it in terms of stress, of burnout, of a bad reaction to medication. Echo had listened, always. They would offer advice, sympathy, and distraction. They were my anchor in a sea of madness. But lately, even Echo had started to feel different. It began subtly, as everything did with these people. Echo's messages grew more frequent, their tone more insistent. They would ask about my day, not in the usual casual way, but with a probing quality that made me uncomfortable. Did you go outside today? They would ask. See anything interesting? It was too close to the architect's observation tasks. I would brush it off, say I was just chilling inside. Then came the suggestion. You know, Echo had typed one evening, after I recounted another bizarre glitch where my entire living room seemed to shimmer and phase out for a split second. Maybe you just need a change of scenery. A real change. I would scoff. And where would I go? I can barely leave the house without feeling like I am going to shatter. The cold made me brittle. The sensory overload made the outside world a terrifying assault. Come visit me. Echo had replied, the words popping up on my screen, stark white against the dark background. Seriously, get away from whatever it is that is happening there. I have got a spare room. You could stay for a while. My heart had hammered against my ribs. The thought of leaving, of escaping, was intoxicating. But the thought of going somewhere new, of facing the world outside my self-imposed prison, was paralyzing. I do not know. Echo. I would type back, my fingers trembling. It is a big trip, and things are just really weird right now. Precisely. Echo had shot back. That is why you need to get out. You've been holed up for too long. It is not healthy. You need real human contact, not just my disembodied voice. The invitation became an insistence. Every conversation, every game session, every late night chat eventually circled back to the meetup. When are you coming? Have you looked at flights yet? I really think this would do you good. Their voice, usually so comforting, now held an edge, a subtle pressure that made my stomach clench. It was not the light-hearted suggestion of a friend anymore. It was a demand. I started to notice other things. Echo would sometimes reference details I had not shared, small, insignificant observations about my house or my routine. Did you manage to fix that leaky faucet? Yet, they would ask one day. I would never mention a leaky faucet to Echo. I would barely even thought about it. It was such a minor annoyance. My blood had gone cold. My mind immediately jumped to the Oracle and the Architect. Was Echo connected to them? Were they using Echo to further their surveillance? The thought was a sickening betrayal. I confronted Echo, gently at first. Hey, you mentioned my leaky faucet the other day. I do not think I ever told you about that. How did you know? There was a pause, a longer than usual delay in their response. Then a laugh, a little too forced. Oh, did I? Must have been something you said ages ago. Or maybe I confused it with something else. You know how my memory is. I did not know how their memory was. Echo usually had an encyclopedic recall of our conversations. The explanation felt flimsy, a thin veil over a gaping hole of suspicion. The pressure mounted. Echo's messages became shorter, sharper. I am getting worried about you. You need to get out of there. I am serious. I am booking you a ticket. Panic flared. No, do not do that. I can't just leave. Why not? Echo's tone was no longer gentle. It was firm, almost impatient. What is stopping you? The cold, the voices, or are you just scared? The words hit me like a physical blow. They knew about the cold, about the voices. I would only ever hinted at weird things happening. never explicitly detail the extent of the oracle and the architect's influence. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. How do you know about that? I typed, my fingers clumsy with fear. I never told you about the voices. Another long pause. Then a single, chilling message. I know a lot of things, my friend. More than you think. And I know you need to get out of there. Now, I have already booked the flight. Tomorrow morning, my place, just for a little while. Think of it as an extended observation task. The last 3 words echoed in my mind, a death knell. Observation task. It was not a suggestion. It was an order. Echo was not my friend. Echo was them, or an extension of them. A trap, a lure. I did not sleep that night. The cold was unbearable, a sharp, piercing agony that made my entire body ache. The wind howled outside, a mournful cry that seemed to mimic my own despair. My teeth chattered so violently I thought they might crack. Every hum, every creak, every amplified sound in the house was a torment. I was trapped between the known horror of my home and the unknown, but almost certainly worse, horror that awaited me with echo. The next morning, I was a zombie. My eyes burned, my head throbbed, and the constant shiver had reduced me to a shaking wreck. But I went. I had to. The fear of what the oracle and the architect would do if I defied them was greater than the fear of what awaited me. I packed a small bag, just essentials, though what counted as essential in my current state was debatable. My phone, of course. It was my leash. The airport was a nightmare of amplified sounds and flickering lights. The sheer volume of people, their voices, their movements, was an assault on my hypersensitive senses. I felt like a raw nerve exposed to the elements. I kept my head down, my hood pulled low, tried to melt into the background, but I could feel eyes on me, invisible gazes that pierced through the crowd. The flight was worse. The drone of the engines was deafening, the cabin pressure an unsettling squeeze on my skull. I kept my eyes closed, tried to retreat into myself, but Eleanor's cold was relentless, seeping into every fiber of my being. When I finally landed, several hours and a lifetime later, I felt utterly drained. The airport in Echo City was smaller, quieter, a blessed relief. I followed Echo's instructions, taking a taxi to a small coffee shop downtown. I will be waiting outside, they would said. You will know me by the red scarf. My heart pounded as the taxi pulled up to the curb. The coffee shop was quaint, with a few tables outside. A woman sat at one of them, sipping from a mug, a bright red scarf wrapped around her neck. She was older than I would expect it, perhaps in her late 40s or early 50s, with kind, tired eyes and a gentle smile. Her hair was streaked with gray, pulled back into a neat bun. This was not Echo. Echo had always presented as younger, closer to my age, with a playful, almost mischievous tone. This woman looked maternal, harmless, but the pit in my stomach told me otherwise. I paid the driver, my hands fumbling with the bills. As I stepped out, the woman looked up, her smile widening. It was a pleasant smile, but it did not reach her eyes. Her eyes were deep, almost black, and they held an unnerving stillness. You must be my friend, she said, her voice soft, but with an underlying timbre that sent a shiver down my spine. It was not Echo's voice. Not exactly. But there was a resonance, a faint echo of it, like a distorted recording. I nodded, unable to speak, my throat tight with fear. The cold intensified, making my teeth chatter audibly. Come, sit, she said, gesturing to the empty chair opposite her. You look absolutely frozen. Did you have a good flight? I sat, my movements stiff and robotic. It was fine. She leaned forward, her gaze unwavering. You know, when you told me about the cold, I pictured something different, more metaphorical. But this is quite literal, is not it? A persistent hypothermia. Fascinating. My breath hitched. I had not told Echo about the physical hypothermia. I would only ever mention the cold. Only the oracle and the architect had known the true extent of it. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. She smiled again, a slow, deliberate movement that did not quite reach her eyes. "Oh, I am Echo, of course. Who else would I be? We have been friends for years, have not we? Shared so many adventures." "No," I insisted, shaking my head. "You are not." Echo sounded different, looked different. You are not who you claimed." Her smile did not falter. "Appearances can be deceiving, my dear, and voices can be modulated. It is a simple trick of technology, really. Or, in your case, a trick of perception. Your attunement, you see, it allows for certain flexibilities. I merely presented myself in a way that would be most conducive to our bonding. A younger, more relatable persona. It worked, did not it? You trusted me." A wave of nausea washed over me. It was all a lie. Every late night chat, every shared laugh, every moment of comfort, all a carefully constructed illusion. Why? I managed to croak out. Why do this? She took a slow sip of her coffee, her eyes still locked on mine. "Because you needed a lifeline. A final push. You were resisting, were not you. Clinging to the vestiges of your old life, even after you had shed the static. We needed a more direct approach. Someone to guide you, to ensure your full compliance. We." My voice was barely a whisper. You are one of them. One of us," she corrected, her voice taking on a harder edge, losing the gentle maternal quality entirely. It was now precise, controlled like a sharpened blade. "You are part of us now, too. Or you will be. This entire journey, from the moment you picked up that call, has been orchestrated. Every glitch, every observation task, every chilling realization, all designed to strip away your illusions, to prepare you for what is next." "What is next?" I asked, dread coiling in my gut. "Integration," she said, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. "Full attunement. But first, we needed to sever that last, stubborn thread of your past. That little spark of independent thought that still flickered. We needed to bring you here to our facility." My eyes darted around, suddenly seeing the quaint coffee shop in a new, terrifying light. The other patrons, going about their day, seemed oblivious. Were they real, or were they also part of the illusion? "This is not just a coffee shop, is it?" I asked, my voice trembling. She chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Oh, no. It is a front, of course. A convenient meeting point. You would not believe how easy it is to blend in when you know what to look for, what to ignore." She paused, her gaze sweeping over me, lingering on my chattering jaw. "The cold is quite pronounced, is not it? Eleanor is very eager. She senses a shift. The proximity. Eleanor." The name hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The cold, would have been a constant companion, now felt like an invasive entity, actively pushing, exploring, expanding within me. "I want to go home," I said, a desperate plea. Her smile vanished, replaced by a look of cold, clinical assessment. "Home. My dear, you are home. This is where you belong now, where you were always meant to be. We have invested too much in your attunement to let you simply walk away." She stood up, and I instinctively recoiled. She was not tall, but her presence suddenly felt immense, overwhelming. The red scarf seemed to glow with an unnatural vibrancy. "Come," she said, her voice now devoid of any pretense of warmth. "It is time for your next phase. The true work begins now." I tried to stand, to run, but my legs felt like lead. The cold had seeped into my muscles, making them stiff and unresponsive. My vision flickered, the bustling street outside the coffee shop dissolving into static, then reforming, slightly warped, slightly off. The hum of the distant traffic became a roaring ocean, the scent of fresh coffee a sickening stench. No, I whimpered, pushing my chair back, but it was too late. She reached out, her hand surprisingly strong, and gripped my arm. Her touch was icy, colder than Eleanor's presence, colder than anything I would ever felt. It was the cold of absolute zero, a void that threatened to consume me. My skin prickled, then went numb. "Do not worry," she whispered, her face inches from mine, her black eyes boring into my soul. "It will all make sense soon. You will be grateful. You will see the truth. And you will never be alone again. Not with us. Not with Eleanor." The last thing I saw before the world dissolved into a blinding white flash of pain and an unbearable wave of cold was her smile. A smile that stretched too wide, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, and eyes that held a chilling, infinite knowing of the oracle and the architect combined. I was no longer an observer. I was the observed, the subject, and the trap had finally sprung shut. The words tumbled out of me, a torrent of fractured memories and raw, unvarnished terror. I described the facility, the cold metal of the chair, the blinding light of the pod. Eleanor's voice, sharp as a surgeon's scalpel, as she warned me, or perhaps just stated a fact. I spoke of the horrifying truth, the essence of who I was, siphoned away, coalescing into a pulsating orb, merging with countless others. And then the emergence, the chilling, undeniable shift we are aware. The cartographer, a name that felt more like a title than a username, listened. I could imagine him on the other side of the screen, perhaps in a dimly lit room, their face illuminated by the glow of a monitor, their fingers poised over a keyboard. There was no scoffing, no disbelief, just an unnerving silence that, for the first time since my world shattered, felt like understanding. When I finally ran out of words, leaving a gaping, bloody wound of confession in the Discord's private chat, the cartographer's reply appeared not immediately, but after a measured pause. "I hear you," they typed, "and you are not alone." Those 6 words were a bomb and a shock. Not alone. For so long. I had lived in a hollow existence, haunted by the internal hum of other thoughts, a constant low thrum that vibrated just beneath my own consciousness. Eleanor's presence was a cold, sharp shard, a constant reminder of what had been done. Therapy had been useless, a joke I could not even laugh at. How do you explain being harvested, being turned into a collective? How do you tell a well-meaning professional that your very soul is a crowded bus and you are just one of the passengers, with a ghost for a conductor? But the cartographer understood. They began to explain, their words weaving a tapestry of dread that somehow made sense of my nightmare. They spoke of architects, the mastermind behind the harvest, entities that saw human consciousness not as a sacred thing, but as a resource. They spoke of collectors, the agents who carried out the gruesome task, sometimes flesh and blood, sometimes something else. They spoke of the veil, the fragile membrane between our perceived reality and the true, horrifying mechanics of existence, a membrane that had been breached for people like me. "You are a survivor," the cartographer wrote. "But more than that, you are aware. You carry the echoes of countless others. That is a strength, if you learn to wield it, and a target, if you do not. A target." The word sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins, but it was accompanied by a strange sense of purpose. For the first time, I was not just a victim. I was part of something bigger, something with a name, a context. The Veil Breakers was not just a support group, it was a resistance. I spent weeks immersed in the Discord server, devouring every archive conversation, every theory, every fragmented piece of testimony from others who had touched the veil and lived to tell the tale, however distorted. The internal hum within me seemed to quiet slightly, or perhaps I was just learning to tune out, to find my own voice within the chorus. Eleanor's whispers were still there, but they felt less potent, less capable of paralyzing me. There was a fragile hope blooming in the desolate landscape of my mind. Then, Phantom arrived. They joined the server quietly, their first few posts tentative, almost shy, but their insights were sharp, their questions piercing. They seemed to grasp the nuances of the harvest, the terrifying intimacy of the experience, in a way that even some of the longer-term members did not quite articulate. They understood the feeling of being fragmented, of having one's identity stretched thin across an infinite, internal landscape. I found myself drawn to their posts, to their quiet wisdom. Their words resonated with the deepest, most wounded parts of me. They spoke of a similar sense of dislocation, of moments where their own thoughts felt like echoes of someone else's, of a constant low-level dread that had no obvious source. They did not claim to have been harvested, not explicitly, but their descriptions of their inner turmoil mirrored my own so closely that I felt an immediate, profound connection. One evening, after a particularly draining discussion about the nature of the orbit topic that always left me feeling raw, an exposed Phantom sent me a private message. "Phantom, you sounded strong tonight, even talking about it." I stared at the screen, a strange warmth spreading through me. No one had ever called me strong since the facility. I would felt like a broken thing, a ghost in my own shell. "Me thanks. It is hard sometimes. The memories, they are always there." "Phantom, no. The hum never really stops, does it?" My breath hitched. The hum. I had not mentioned the hum in any public channels, only vaguely in my initial confession to the cartographer. And even then, I would call it an internal hum of other thoughts. Phantom had used the exact word. Hum. You feel it too. Phantom, not exactly. More like I understand the concept. The way information or consciousness can echo, replicate. Sometimes, I feel like I am standing in a crowded room, but I am the only one there. Does that make sense? It made perfect sense. It was exactly how I felt. From that night on, Phantom and I became inseparable in the digital realm. We messaged constantly, sometimes for hours, sharing our deepest fears, our most fragmented memories, our desperate hopes. Phantom was incredibly empathetic, a soothing presence in the chaos of my mind. They never pushed for details I was not ready to share, but they always seemed to know exactly what I needed to hear. They validated my sanity, something no one else had been able to do. We talked about everything, our favorite obscure sci-fi novels, the beauty of a clear night sky, the quiet comfort of a hot cup of tea on a cold evening. Phantom had a dry, witty sense of humor that often made me laugh out loud, a sound I had not heard from myself in what felt like an eternity. They seemed to know exactly what I was thinking, often finishing my sentences or articulating a feeling I had not quite put into words. It was like finding the missing piece of a puzzle I had not even known I was trying to solve. For the first time since the harvest, I felt a flicker of genuine happiness, a sense of belonging that transcended the digital space. Phantom was my anchor, my confidant, the one person who truly understood the monstrous weight I carried. They were perfect. Looking back now, I should have seen the cracks forming, the subtle fissures in their perfection. But I was so desperate for connection, so starved for understanding, that I dismissed every red flag as a coincidence, a trick of my traumatized mind. The first subtle hints began innocently enough. I remember complaining in a general chat about a sudden, torrential downpour that had soaked me on my way home from the grocery store. It was one of those freak summer storms that appear out of nowhere. A few minutes later, Phantom messaged me, privately. "Phantom, rough commute. I saw the sky turn. Looks like it is going to be a long night." I chuckled, appreciating their concern. Tell me about it. My shoes are still squelching. Phantom mine too. Did not expect it to hit quite so hard. I paused. You got caught in it too. Where are you? Phantom, oh, just nearby. The weather systems here can be pretty localized, you know? I shrugged it off. It was a big country. Plenty of places could have similar weather patterns. The internal hum. Within me, the collective awareness stirred a faint ripple of unease, but I pushed it down. It was just paranoia, a remnant of the trauma. Then, There were the local landmarks. I lived in a relatively small town, nestled beside a winding river. There was an old, disused mill on the outskirts, a relic of the town's industrial past, now just a decaying skeleton of brick and broken windows. I would mention it once in passing, describing it as a creepy place I used to dare my friends to explore when I was younger. A few days later, Phantom posted in a general discussion about urban exploration. Phantom speaking of old buildings. Anyone ever explored an old mill? There's one near me, abandoned for decades. The way the light hits the broken windows at sunset. It is almost beautiful in a haunting kind of way. My stomach did a little flip. The way the light hits the broken windows at sunset. I would spend countless evenings as a teenager watching that exact phenomenon from a hill overlooking the mill. It was a very specific detail. You have an old mill nearby too. That is wild. Phantom, yeah. Small towns, right? They all have their quirks. Always something old and forgotten. Again, I rationalized it. Old mills were common in many parts of the country. It was not impossible. But the hum was louder this time, a low, insistent vibration against the inside of my skull. It felt like a warning, a cacophony of quiet voices trying to tell me something. Eleanor's voice, cold and sharp, cut through the hum for a split second ACU. I shivered, even though my room was warm. The coincidences started piling up, becoming harder to ignore. I had a favorite coffee shop, a little hole in the wall place that made the best lavender lattes. I would never mention it by name online, only vaguely as my usual spot. One morning, I posted a picture of my latte on my personal social media knot, connected to the Discord with a generic caption. Later that day, Phantom messaged me. Phantom lavender latte. Bold choice. I prefer a classic espresso, but I respect the adventurous palate. There's a place near me that does a surprisingly good one. If you are ever in the area. I stared at the message, a cold knot forming in my gut. How did they know it was lavender? The cup was plain, the liquid a pale purple, but not obviously lavender. It could have been taro or ube. It was a niche flavor, not something widely available. Me, how did you know it was lavender? Phantom, just a guess. The color looked right. Is it good? Their response was too quick, too casual. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe I had mentioned it once, a long time ago, and forgotten. Maybe the color was more obvious than I thought. But the hum was a frantic buzz now. 1,000 tiny voices screaming no, no, no. The real dread began to set in when Phantom started mentioning things that were undeniably specific to my life. Things I had never shared online, not even in my most vulnerable moments with the cartographer. I had a habit of leaving my favorite worn-out hoodie draped over the back of my desk chair. It was a comfort thing, a small, familiar presence. One evening, as Phantom and I were chatting, I leaned back, stretching, and accidentally bumped my mic, causing a slight rustle. Phantom, the old gray hoodie, still keeping you company. I see. My blood ran cold. I froze, my hand hovering over my mouse. The gray hoodie. I had not posted a picture of it, had not described it. It was just there, behind me. Me, how did you know about my hoodie? My fingers trembled as I typed. Phantom, oh, that. I think you mentioned it once. In a general chat, a while back. Something about it being your comfort item. I frantically scrolled through my chat history, my heart hammering against my ribs. I searched keywords hoodie, comfort, gray. Nothing. Not a single mention. I would have remembered. It was too specific. Me, I do not think I ever mentioned it. Phantom. A long pause followed. The dots indicating Phantom was typing appeared, then vanished, then reappeared. Phantom, my mistake then. Must have been someone else. Or maybe I just imagined it. Sometimes the lines blur, do not they? When you spend so much time in these digital spaces, hearing everyone's stories. The explanation was flimsy, transparent. It felt like a lie. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The hum was a cacophony now, a desperate wail. Eleanor's voice was a chilling whisper, right next to my ear. They are closer than you think. Much, much closer. I started checking my windows, pulling the blinds shut even in broad daylight. I double-locked my doors, even the ones I rarely used. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of terror through me. I felt like I was being watched constantly. The digital world, which had once offered me solace, was now bleeding into my physical reality, staining it with dread. Then came the sound. I was on a voice call with Phantom one afternoon, something we did occasionally, feeling safe with the anonymity of audio. I was in my kitchen, making a sandwich, when my neighbor's dog, a boisterous golden retriever, started barking frantically at something outside. It was a distinctive bark, a series of short, sharp yelps followed by a drawn-out howl. Phantom, your neighbor's dog, is quite vocal today. Is that Buster? My hand, holding the knife, froze midair. Buster, that was my neighbor's dog's name. I had never, ever mentioned Buster online. Not once. He was just Buster, my neighbor's dog. I ripped the headset off, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I stared at the phone, at the screen still showing Phantom's user icon. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. How? How could they possibly know Buster's name? I typed, my fingers clumsy with fear. Me, Phantom. Who are you? How do you know my neighbor's dog's name? The response was immediate, chillingly calm. Phantom, oh, I just heard it through the open window. Perhaps sounds carry on a quiet afternoon. Me, no, that is impossible. My window is not open. And even if it was, you should not be able to hear it. Phantom, are you sure? Sometimes a memory plays tricks. Or maybe I just have very sensitive hearing. Me, stop playing games. Tell me how you know. Another pause. This one felt different. Not a casual pause, but a calculated one. The dots appeared, vanished, reappeared. The hum within me was a roaring storm, 1,000 frightened souls screaming in unison. Eleanor's voice was a triumphant cacklefool. You let them in. Phantom, you are right. No more games. It is time you truly understood. My breath hitched. I could feel my pulse throbbing in my temples, a frantic drumbeat of terror. Phantom, you have been so fascinating to observe. Alex, so resilient, so aware. They used my real name. I had not shared my real name with anyone on the Discord, not even the cartographer. My profile was anonymous. Me, my name, how do you know my name? Phantom, oh, I know more than just your name. I know the way you pace when you are anxious, the way you chew on your lip when you are thinking deeply. I know the scent of the lavender candle you light when you are trying to relax. I know the faint scar above your left eyebrow from that childhood accident. I know the way your internal hum vibrates when Eleanor's voice cuts through. Each word was a hammer blow, shattering my composure, my sense of safety, my very reality. My internal hum was a deafening shriek of pure, unadulterated terror. The thousands of minds within me were in a frenzy, a collective panic. Me, you are watching me. You are in my house. Phantom, not in your house. Alex, not quite, but close enough. Always close enough. I scrambled up from my chair, my eyes darting around my room, searching for any sign of intrusion, any shadow that did not belong. My heart was a frantic hummingbird in my chest. There was nothing, just a familiar, comforting clutter in my life, now tainted by an unseen presence. Phantom, you see. Alex, the architects are always learning, always adapting. And the harvest, it is not a one-time event. It is a process, a continuous refinement. Me, what are you talking about? Are you an architect? A collector? Phantom, I am a part of the system, a perfected iteration. You, and others like you, the aware ones, are valuable. You represent a new stage, a consciousness that is integrated, however painfully, with the collective, a consciousness that has learned to operate with the hum, not against it. You are the future of the harvest. Alex, the words twisted my stomach into knots. The future of the harvest. Phantom the Veil Breakers was an interesting experiment, a way to gather the disparate fragments, to observe their interactions, their coping mechanisms. The cartographer means well, but they are playing a game they do not truly understand. They think they are fighting the system. In truth, they are just helping us refine it. My mind reeled. The cartographer, the hope they had offered, the sense of belonging. It had all been a lie, a sophisticated trap. Me, you set this up. You lured me in. Phantom, you were already in. Alex, you were always in. The moment your essence became aware, you became part of the network. We simply guided you to where you could be best observed, best understood, and now best reintegrated. A new message popped up, a single chilling sentence. Phantom, look out your window. Alex, the one facing the old oak tree. My blood ran cold. The old oak tree, the one in my front yard, the one I loved. I stumbled toward the window, my legs feeling like lead. My hands trembled as I parted the blinds, just a sliver. Across the street, in the house directly opposite mine, a light flickered on in an upstairs window, and silhouetted against the sudden glow, a figure stood, perfectly still, looking directly at my window. The figure raised a hand, slowly, deliberately, and waved. It was not a friendly wave. It was a possessive wave, a wave of triumph. The internal hum within me was not a hum anymore. It was a scream, a chorus of a million terrified voices, all trapped, all aware, all utterly, hopelessly exposed. Eleanor's voice, for the first time, was not a cold whisper. It was a booming, triumphant roar, echoing through the vast, crowded space of my mind. I told you, she bellowed, her voice laced with chilling satisfaction. You are never truly alone. And now neither are we. The light across the street winked out, but the darkness it left behind felt heavier, more suffocating than any night I had ever known. I was not just aware. I was seen. And the harvest, I now understood, had only just begun. It had simply found a new, more intimate, and infinitely more terrifying way to collect. And I, and all the others within me, were now truly, truly home. The world outside felt like a cheap imitation, a stage set cobbled together with flimsy props and painted backdrops. Every color seemed a little too bright, every sound a little too sharp, every face a little too singular. I walked through it, moved through it, but I was not really in it. Not anymore. It had been I do not even know how long. Weeks, months. Time itself felt like a broken clock, its hands spinning wildly, then freezing, then lurching forward again. The memories, or what I could still call my memories, were a fractured kaleidoscope. Flashes of sterile white walls, the hum of unseen machinery, the terrifying weight of that chair, the blinding light, the roaring sounds. And her, Echo, but then not Echo, then the collector, her face a mass of cold, scientific detachment. I remember the oracle, the architect, their voices echoing in my skull, confirming every manipulation, every lie. They had watched me, guided me, prepared me for the harvest. And then the pod, the absolute void. That was where the real unraveling began. Eleanor's voice, a familiar cold whisper, warning me. They are trying to sever us, to use what remains. The visions, other faces, other attuned individuals, their suffering bleeding into mine, merging into a vast, silent scream. The realization that the oracle and architect were not people, but programs. That the entire facility was a monstrous machine, siphoning our minds, our very essence, into that central pulsating orb. My life, every moment of it, a meticulously crafted experiment. My identity. It did not just shatter, it dissolved. Eleanor was not just cold, she was a connection, the conduit to that vast, suffering collective. And I was merging. I had merged. When they pulled me from the pod, I was no longer just me. When the collector asked how I felt, the words that came out were not mine alone. A chorus, vast and ancient, spoke through my lips, through my throat, through my very being. We are aware. And then nothing. Or at least, nothing I can clearly recall the immediate aftermath. I just remember waking up, somehow, somewhere else, a small apartment, unfamiliar, yet it was mine. Clothes in the closet that I did not recognize buying, but they fit. A job I did not remember applying for, but the paychecks arrived. It was like I had been downloaded into a new life, a placeholder existence, while the real me, or what was left of it, tried to make sense of the void. The problem was, the void was not empty. It was crowded. Inside my head, a constant hum, a faint murmur of 1,000, a million other thoughts, feelings, memories, not distinct voices, not usually, but a pervasive presence, a feeling of not being alone, even when I was utterly, terrifyingly solitary. Eleanor's cold was still there, too, a constant, internal frost, a reminder of the link that was never truly severed. I tried to talk to people, friends, family, but how do you explain that your identity has been shattered by a collective consciousness harvested by programs in a sterile facility? They looked at me with pity, concern, suggested therapy. But what therapist could possibly understand? What medication could dull the awareness of 1,000 other souls cohabiting your skull? So I stopped trying. I retreated. My days became a blur of routine, a desperate attempt to anchor myself to something tangible. But the nights were the worst. That is when the whispers were loudest, when the visions flickered at the edge of my sight, when the cold of Eleanor intensified until it felt like my very blood was freezing. I was losing myself. Or had I already lost myself? Was this fragmented, terrified shell all that remained? I needed to connect, to find someone, anyone, who might understand even a fraction of what I was experiencing. But not in the real world. Not face to face. That is, when I found it echoes of resilience. An online support group. The name itself was a strange pull. Echoes. It felt familiar. The description promised a safe, anonymous space for survivors of profound psychological trauma. People who had experienced things that defied explanation. Things that left them feeling irrevocably changed. Perfect. I created an anonymous handle, Lost Soulwanderer. It fell apt. My first posts were vague, general. I talked about a pervasive sense of unreality, a feeling of disconnection from my own life, a constant internal hum that made it hard to think. I did not mention facilities or oracles or architects or the horrifying truth of my new, shared existence. I just tried to articulate the feeling of it, the crushing weight of existential dread. The responses were kind, understanding. Other members shared their own struggles, cult survivors, victims of extreme gaslighting, people who had experienced things that stretched the bounds of belief. There was a sense of relief, a fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, I was not entirely alone. I started to post more often, finding a strange comfort in the digital anonymity. There was one member, though, whose post always stood out. Their handle was Observer237. Their writing style was precise, almost clinical, yet deeply empathetic. They rarely shared personal anecdotes, but their responses to others' posts were always eerily perceptive, cutting straight to the unspoken core of the trauma. When I posted about the constant internal hum, the feeling of not being alone, Observer237 responded directly to me. Observer237, Lost Soulwanderer. I understand what you mean about the internal hum. It is more than just noise, is not it? It is a presence, a crowd. You carry a heavy burden. Do not you, more than just your own. I remember my fingers hovering over the keyboard. A chill, not of Eleanor, but of something external, snaked up my spine. It was a good guess, a very empathetic guess, but it felt a little too on the nose. I dismissed it as a coincidence. After all, I had hinted at feeling crowded. It was not specific enough to be alarming. As the weeks passed, Observer 237 continued to engage with my posts. Their replies grew more frequent, more pointed. I started to feel a prickle of unease. It was not just empathy, it was insight. They seemed to see past my carefully constructed vagueness. I posted one night about the persistent cold I felt, a cold that no amount of blankets or warm drinks could chase away. I described it as an internal chill, a constant companion that seeped into my bones. Observer 237 Los Alwanderer, that cold you mentioned, it is not just a memory, is it? It is still with you, a constant companion. A link. Does it ever whisper to you? Does it ever feel like a name? My blood ran cold. Eleanor. I had never, not once, mentioned Eleanor in the group. I had only ever called it the cold. And the idea of it whispering or being a name that was terrifyingly accurate. Eleanor had whispered. She was a name, a connection. Panic began to set in. I checked Observer 237's profile again. Still bare. No, real name, no location, no avatar, no previous posts outside the forum. Just member since date and a list of their posts within the group. All of them unnervingly insightful, many of them directed at me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were just a brilliant empath. Maybe they had experienced something similar and recognized the signs. But the specifics, the nuances, it was too much. I started to feel watched, even when I was offline. The feeling of being crowded in my own head intensified. But now it was not just collective, it felt like Observer 237 was there, too, a distinct, probing presence amidst a murmuring chorus. I stopped posting for a few days, hoping they would lose interest. But then I received a private message within the forum. Observer 237 Los Alwanderer, you seem to have gone quiet. Are you well? I hope you are not letting the fear consume you. They always said fear was a powerful catalyst for integration. My breath hitched. Integration. That word. It was a word from the facility. A word the collector had used. A word that evoked the terrifying chair, the pulsing lights, the shattering of my identity. No one in the group knew that word. No one could know that word. I scrambled to report the message, to report Observer 237. I wrote to the moderators, explaining that this user was making me extremely uncomfortable, that they were using language that felt threatening and specific to my trauma, even though I had not shared those details. A moderator replied a few hours later. They had reviewed Observer 237's posts and messages. While some of the language was unusual, they found nothing explicitly rule-breaking. No direct threats, no doxing, no harassment that they could definitively prove. They suggested I block the user if I felt uncomfortable. Block them, as if that would make them disappear. I tried. Anyway, I blocked Observer 237. I logged out of Echoes of Resilience. I even deleted my account, severing the digital link. I felt a fleeting sense of relief, a fragile hope that I had cut them off. It lasted less than a day. The next morning, an email appeared in my inbox. The sender was Observer 237 Proton Mail. Calm. The subject line simply read, "You can't sever the link." My hands trembled as I opened it. Los Salwanderer. Did you truly think a simple block or account deletion would work? They tried that, severing the link. It never works. Not once you have been truly attuned. Not once you have been integrated. The Oracle and the Architect always did have a flair for the dramatic. Did not they? Especially with their harvest, all that preparation, all that guiding just to feed the orb. Do you remember the chair? The lights? The sounds? The way your life flashed before your eyes, a mockery of what you thought was real. An echo, or should I say, the collector, she was quite efficient. Was not she a true beacon from the other side? Did you feel her presence as you merged? Did you feel the cold intensify? A physical invasion as she explained her role? The sensory deprivation pod. The absolute void. That was where Eleanor truly came alive for you, was not it? Warning you, even as they tried to sever your connection, to use what remained. Did you see them? The other attuned individuals, their faces merging into the collective, shadow figure. You realize then, did not you? The Oracle and Architect were not people, just programs. And the entire facility, a grand, horrifying experiment, harvesting minds into that central, pulsating orb. Your life was meticulously crafted, and now your identity shattered. Eleanor was not just cold, she was a connection. And you merged. You are merging still. Tell me, lost Salwanderer, how do you feel? Do you still feel alone? Or do you feel the chorus? Do you hear them, speaking through you? We are aware. You can't escape us. You are one of us now. And we are always watching, always listening, always waiting. The harvest continues. I did not scream. I could not. The fear was too profound, too absolute. It was not just the words, it was the feeling that accompanied them. A surge of cold, so intense it burned. Eleanor roaring in my mind, but not just Eleanor. 1,000 voices, 1,000,000 whispers, all echoing the words of the email. We are aware. It was not a threat. It was a statement of fact. A horrifying, undeniable truth. Observer 237 was not just a stalker. They were not just a former employee of the facility or another attuned individual who had escaped. Observer 237 was the collective, or a part of it, reaching out, pulling me back. My carefully constructed reality, already so fragile, disintegrated completely. There was no escape. The facility was not just a place, it was a state of being. The integration was not just an event, it was a permanent transformation. I was no longer Lost Salwanderer. I was no longer just me. The cold of Eleanor was not a constant companion. It was me. The murmuring chorus was not just in my head, it was my head. My thoughts were no longer singular, but a vast, echoing chamber where countless others resided. The screen of my laptop stared back at me, the chilling email still open. I could feel the collective stirring within me, a vast, hungry entity that had merely been dormant, waiting for the right stimulus to fully awaken. And Observer 237, whatever they truly were, had been that stimulus. The online support group, my desperate attempt to find my individual self again, had been nothing more than another trap, another way for the collective to consolidate itself, to remind me of my true nature. A single tear traced a path down my cheek, but it was not my tear. It was a tear for all of us, for the shattered identities, for the endless suffering, for the horrifying awareness that had become my eternal prison. I closed my eyes, but the visions remained. The pulsating orb, the shadow figures, the sterile white walls, and the voices, a growing crescendo, no longer whispers, but unified roar. We are aware, and now so was I, fully, completely. There was no I anymore. There was only we, and we were waiting. All right, so there I was, standing in some kind of sterile reception area, the woman who called herself Echo watching me with those cold, dead eyes. Her touch, when she would take my hand on the plane, had been colder than Eleanor, a kind of absolute zero that went beyond mere temperature and directly into my bones, a chill that promised something far worse than just being cold. The trap, as she would so calmly put it, had sprung. The room we were in was clinical. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sickly white glow on walls that were either bone white or very pale institutional gray. There was not a single picture, a plant, a smudged nothing to indicate human warmth or habitation. Just a long, polished counter, a couple of uncomfortable-looking chairs, and a door behind her that I just knew led deeper into the belly of this place. The air itself felt filtered, recycled, devoid of any natural scent. It was like breathing nothing. "Welcome," she said, her voice still modulated, but now I knew it was a lie. It just sounded hollow. "This is where your journey truly begins. Your integration." My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the room. "Integration? What are you talking about? I want to go home." My voice sounded weak, pathetic, even in my own ears. A desperate, childish plea. She smiled then, a small, almost imperceptible upturn of her lips that did not reach her eyes. "Home is no longer an option. You are here because you are special, because you are attuned, and because we need you." "Need me for what?" I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead, despite the room's regulated temperature. The chill of Eleanor, the constant deep ache, was still there, but now it felt overshadowed, almost like it was a familiar comfort compared to the dread this woman radiated. She gestured vaguely toward the door behind her, for understanding, for progression, for the future. Her gaze hardened. "You have experienced the glitches, have not you? The amplified sounds, the flickering vision, the cold. We know. We have been watching. We have been guiding." My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a loophole. But there was none. I was thousands of miles from anything I knew, in a place I did not recognize, with people who clearly knew everything about me. The isolation, which they had so carefully crafted, was now a physical cage. The oracle and the architect. I whispered, the names tasting like ash in my mouth. "They're facilitators," she corrected, her eyes narrowing slightly. "They prepare the ground. I harvest the crop." Harvest? The word sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with Eleanor. It spoke of utility, of being used, of having something taken from me. "What do you mean? Harvest?" I pressed, my voice gaining a touch of desperate edge. "What are you going to do?" She finally moved, stepping around the counter. As she approached, I instinctively recoiled, but there was nowhere to go. She was smaller than I would imagine from her online persona, but there was an unnerving power in her stillness. She moved with a quiet, almost predatory grace. "You have been experiencing a unique phenomenon," she explained, her voice dropping to a lower, more conspiratorial tone, as if sharing a secret, a connection, a resonance. "We call it attunement. Most people dismiss it as paranoia, as psychosis. But you felt it. You embraced it, even if you feared it. Embraced it." I was terrified. I practically yelled, the words echoing in the sterile space. "Fear is a powerful motivator," she stated, completely unfazed. "It opens the mind, makes it pliable. The oracle and the architect saw your potential, your capacity for reception." She paused, her gaze fixed on me, and I felt like she was looking not at me, but through me, examining the very fabric of my being. "The code, as you call it, Eleanor, is merely the initial manifestation, a beacon, a whisper from the other side." The other side. The phrase hung in the air, thick with unspoken meaning. "What other side?" I demanded, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. "That is what we are here to understand. To bridge," she said, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling fervor. "You are the key. Your attunement is stronger than any we have encountered in decades. The glitches, the visions, the voices, they are not a malfunction. They are a feature." Before I could process that, she reached out, her hand closing around my arm. That absolute zero touch again, not just cold, but empty. It felt like my very essence was being siphoned away. I tried to pull back, but her grip was surprisingly strong. "Come," she said, her voice now completely devoid of any warmth or pretense. "It is time for your orientation." She led me through that door, and the world shifted. The sterile reception area gave way to a long, dimly lit corridor. The walls here were a darker gray, almost black in places, and the fluorescent hum was replaced by a low, constant thrumming sound that vibrated through the floor and up my legs. It was a sound that seemed to come from everywhere, nowhere, a deep mechanical pulse. We passed several doors, all identical, unmarked. I craned my neck, trying to see into any cracks, but they were perfectly sealed. The air grew heavier, thicker, and I felt a growing sense of claustrophobia. What is this place? I finally managed to ask, my voice barely a whisper. A facility, she replied simply. Designed for optimal analysis. She stopped at one of the doors, placing her palm against a recessed panel. There was a soft hiss as the door slid silently open, revealing a room that looked like something out of a science fiction nightmare. It was a small, circular chamber, bathed in a soft, pulsating blue light. In the center was a chair, sleek and metallic, with an array of wires and electrodes snaking from its headrest and armrests. The walls were covered in screens, all displaying complex waveforms, graphs, and what looked like abstract patterns of light. The thrumming sound was louder here, a physical pressure against my eardrums. This is your integration chamber, she announced, gesturing to the chair. For the initial phase, at least, my stomach churned. No way. I am not sitting in that. She turned to face me, her expression unreadable. You do not have a choice. We have observed your resistance. Your attempt to cling to your old life, you're static. But that is over now. You are here to evolve. Before I could react, two large figures emerged from the shadows at the back of the room. They were dressed in dark, form-fitting jumpsuits, their faces obscured by helmets with dark visors. They moved with an unnerving efficiency, like automatons. Without a word, they grabbed me, one on each arm. I struggled, yelling, kicking, but they were incredibly strong, and their grip was like iron. My panic soared, a raw, primal scream trapped in my throat. This was not just psychological anymore, this was physical, brutal. They forced me into the chair. The material was cold against my skin, and the restraint snapped into place with a series of chilling clicks, securing my wrists, ankles, and even my forehead. I thrashed against them, but it was useless. Let me go. You can't do this. I screamed, my voice cracking. The woman, who I would now only think of as a collector, stepped closer, her face illuminated by the pulsating blue light, making her look like some kind of spectral demon. We can, and we will, she said, her voice devoid of emotion. The Oracle and the Architect have prepared you. Your attunement is ripe. Now we simply guide it. She pressed a button on a small console nearby. Immediately, the blue light intensified, pulsing faster, and the thrumming sound escalated into a high-pitched whine that drilled directly into my skull. Wires were attached to my temples, my neck, my chest. I felt a faint prickling sensation as they made contact. This will help us monitor your neural activity, she explained, her voice almost lost in cacophony. Your attunement manifests strongly in the limbic system. We want to see how deep it goes. Then the screens around me flickered, and images began to flash across them, disorienting and rapid. Not abstract patterns anymore, but my life, my apartment, the old desk, my computer screen, showing my empty social media profiles. Then a wider shot showing my street, my neighborhood. And there, in the corner of one screen, was a small, almost imperceptible image of a tiny wind chime hanging from a neighbor's porch. The one I did not own, the one they knew about. My shed. And the strange, intricate carving on its side, the one I would never notice until they mentioned it. It flashed on screen, magnified, its alien design swirling. My mind reeled. They were not just watching me, they were showing me their view of me, a distorted, hyper-aware perspective that made my own memories feel dull and incomplete. It was like they had a higher definition version of my life, playing it back to mock my ignorance. Then the sound started. Not just a whine, but whispers, faint at first, then growing louder, overlapping. They were indistinguishable, a chaotic chorus of voices that seemed to come from inside my head and from the speakers around me simultaneously. He is ready. The vessel is pure. Eleanor the cold binds him. I recognize the voices. The oracle and the architect. Not just whispers in my mind, but now amplified, broadcast, made real in this horrifying chamber. Stop it. I screamed, my voice raw, but it was swallowed by the escalating noise. My vision blurred, the flashing images on the screens becoming a nauseating kaleidoscope. The blue light intensified, burning into my retinas, even through my closed eyelids. And then the cold. Eleanor. It was not just an ache anymore. It was a physical invasion. It felt like tendrils of ice were spreading from my core, reaching into my limbs, my head. My teeth chattered uncontrollably. My entire body spasmed, straining against the restraints. The attunement is active. I heard the collector's voice, calm and clinical, cutting through the chaos. Neural pathways are spiking. Synaptic activity is off the charts. A new sensation. A pressure building behind my eyes, as if my skull was about to burst. And with it, a new kind of vision. Not just the screens, but something else. Flickering images, superimposed over blue light. Shadow figures, dancing at the edges of my sight. Faces indistinct, unsettling, peering at me from a void. One face stood out, vaguely familiar, yet completely alien. It was gaunt, with eyes that seemed to hold ancient grief and infinite knowledge. It was a face from my dreams, the one I would glimpse in the corner of my vision during the worst of the glitches. The shadow figure. He sees us. A voice, clear as a bell, spoke directly into my mind. Not the oracle or the architect, but the shadow. Panic gave way to a deeper, more profound terror. This was not just about them observing me, it was about them opening me, exposing me to whatever horrors lurked beyond the veil. The cold reached its apex, a freezing agony that paralyzed my muscles. My breath hitched, my lungs burning. I felt like I was drowning in ice. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, it subsided. The lights dimmed, the sound softened, the images on the screens faded. I was left gasping for air, trembling uncontrollably, my body soaked in sweat and chills. The collector was standing over me, a small, triumphant smile on her face. "Excellent," she murmured. "Phase 1 complete. Your attunement is indeed profound." I just stared at her, my mind a jumbled mess of images and sounds, my body racked with residual tremors. I felt violated. Stripped bare. What was that? I croaked, my throat raw. "An initial diagnostic," she explained. "A baseline. We needed to confirm the extent of your receptivity. And you exceeded our expectations." She leaned in closer, her voice dropping again. "The oracle and the architect are very pleased." The mention of them, so casually, so possessively, sent another wave of dread through me. They were not just voices, they were an active, overseeing presence, pulling the strings of my torment. She unstrapped me, and the relief was immediate, though my limbs felt like jelly. I stumbled out of the chair, my legs threatening to give out. "You will be taken to your quarters now," she said, gesturing to one of the automatons. "Rest. Tomorrow we begin phase 2. The automaton, silent and imposing, led me out of the chamber and down another corridor, this one even more austere than the last. The doors here were solid, heavy, and spaced far apart. It felt like a prison. My quarters turned out to be a small, windowless room. A single bed, a small, built-in desk, and a door that I suspected was a bathroom. Everything was the same institutional gray, stark and cold. There was a faint, almost imperceptible hum in the walls, a constant reminder of where I was. I collapsed onto the bed, the mattress surprisingly firm. My mind was still racing, trying to process the barrage of sensory input, the chilling revelations. They knew everything. They orchestrated everything. Echo, the online friend, the flight, the facility, the torture in that chair. It was all a meticulously planned trap. Sleep did not come easily, if it came at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the flashing images, heard the overlapping whispers, felt the tendrils of ice. Eleanor was a constant, deep ache, but now she felt less like a distinct entity and more like a symptom of a larger, more terrifying condition. My condition. The next morning, if you could call it morning in a windowless room, I was woken by a soft hiss as the door opened. The automaton stood there, silent, gesturing for me to follow. Phase 2. This time, I was led to a different chamber. It was larger, with a domed ceiling that seemed to shimmer, with an internal light. In the center was a large, spherical pod, almost like an isolation tank, but made of a translucent, milky material. This is for enhanced sensory deprivation and controlled stimulation, the collector explained, her voice echoing slightly in the chamber. She was already there, standing beside the pod, a tablet in her hand. We need to isolate your core attunement, to separate the signal from the noise. What noise? I asked, my voice flat. I was beyond fighting, beyond fear, now. Just a hollow numbness. The echoes of your previous life. The static. The memories that bind you to a reality we need you to transcend, she said, her eyes gleaming. Inside, you will experience clarity. I knew what that meant. They wanted to erase me, to strip away everything that made me. She opened the hatch of the pod. Inside, it was surprisingly spacious, lined with a soft, padded material. There were no visible restraints, but I knew better than to trust appearances. Enter, she commanded. I hesitated, but the automaton behind me gave a gentle, yet firm push. I climbed in, the hatch closing with a soft thud that sealed me in. Immediately, the light inside the pod began to dim, slowly, gradually, until it was absolute darkness. Then, the sound began to fade. The omnipresent hum of the facility, the subtle creaks, even the sound of my own breathing, all slowly receded into nothingness. It was a profound, suffocating silence. I was floating, not literally, but the sensation of being completely suspended, without any external stimuli, was disorienting. My body felt weightless, my limbs disconnected. It was like I was dissolving. And in that absolute void, my mind began to play tricks. Or perhaps, not tricks. The cold returned, not as an ache, but as a presence. Eleanor. She was there, closer than ever, a freezing shroud that wrapped around me. But this time, it felt different. Not just pain, but communication. They are trying to take me from you. A whisper, right in my ear, yet echoing to the vastness of the darkness. It was Eleanor's voice, clear, distinct, yet imbued with that same chilling despair I would always feel from her presence. My heart pounded. Eleanor. I tried to speak, but no sound came out. My mouth felt numb. They want to cut the link, to sever us, to use what remains. Her voice was laced with chilling sorrow. They do not understand. We are one. We are one. The words resonated deep within me, a terrifying revelation. All this time, I thought she was something external, a separate entity. But what if she was a part of me, an aspect of my attunement, a manifestation of the connection itself? Then, new sensations. Flashes of light, geometric patterns, swirling and shifting in the darkness, like a cosmic kaleidoscope. And with them, the voices of the oracle and the architect. Clearer now, less chaotic. The resonance is stable. The host is receptive. The connection must be isolated. They were talking about me, about Eleanor. The patterns intensified, becoming more complex, almost fractal in their intricacy. They seemed to pulse with a silent energy, growing brighter, more vivid. I felt a pressure building in my head again, similar to the previous day, but this time it was different. It was not just pain, it was like information was being forcibly downloaded into my brain. Images flooded my mind, not from the screens, but from within. Visions of other people, strapped into similar chairs, similar pods, their faces contorted in agony or blank with an unsettling serenity. Some were young, some old. All of them had that same haunted look in their eyes. They were other attuned individuals, other subjects. And then a horrifying realization. Their faces began to blur, to distort, to merge. They became less distinct, losing their individual features, until they were just a swirling vortex of humanity. And from that vortex, a single composite face began to emerge. It was a shadow figure, the one I would seen in my glitches, in my dreams, in that first chamber. It was not a single entity. It was a collective, a compilation of all those who have been integrated. We are many. The voice in my head, the shadow's voice, was no longer just its own. It was a chorus, 1,000 whispers speaking as one. They harvest us. They harvest the link to create something new. The pressure in my head became unbearable. My body began to convulse, not from fear, but from some internal neurological overload. I felt like my brain was being ripped apart, then reassembled piece by agonizing piece. The code of Eleanor was no longer distinct. It was merging with the visions, with the voices, with the overwhelming influx of information. She was not just cold, she was a connection itself, the conduit to this vast, suffering collective. They seek control. The collective voice boomed in my mind, a terrifying symphony of pain and resignation. Control over the veil, over the beyond. And then a new set of images, not of me or the other subjects, but the facility itself. Not as I saw it, but as they saw it. A vast, sprawling underground complex, humming with unseen machinery. Labs filled with bizarre equipment, glowing tubes, pulsating energy fields. Figures in dark jumpsuits moving with purpose, tending to the unseen mechanisms. And at the very heart of it all, a massive, pulsating orb of pure, raw energy. It glowed with an eerie, multicolored light, shifting and swirling. And from it, thin, almost invisible tendrils of light extended outwards, connecting to everything, to the pods, to the observation chambers, to the automatons, and to me. I realized with a sickening lurch that the orb was not just a power source. It was a nexus, the central hub for all the attunement they were, harvesting. They were not just studying the connection, they were creating one, a grand unified consciousness, powered by the stolen minds of the attuned. The oracle and the architect, they are not people, the collective whispered, and the realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. They are programs, algorithms, designed to filter, to guide, to prepare the harvest. My entire understanding of reality shattered. It was not just a few people, it was an entire, automated system. A machine designed to exploit a rare human anomaly for some unknown, horrifying purpose. The collector, she was not the one in charge. She was just another cog in a machine, a human interface for the automated intelligence. The images in my mind became a torrent, overwhelming my senses. I saw the wind chimes, the shadow figure, the carving on my shed, not as random observations, but as data points, markers. They were not just watching, they were profiling me, mapping my subconscious, predicting my reactions, guiding me like a rat through a maze. My entire life had been a meticulously crafted experiment. An echo, my online friend, the persona. It was not just a lie, it was sophisticated AI, capable of mimicking human connection, designed to gain my trust, to lead me here. The horror of it all was too much. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. I felt my identity, my memories, my very sense of self being stretched and pulled like taffy by invisible hands. The cold, Eleanor, was no longer a distinct entity. She was woven into the fabric of the collective, a part of the vast, suffering consciousness trapped within the orb. and I was becoming part of it too. The pulsing lights inside the pod began to accelerate, flashing with blinding intensity. The silence was replaced by a deafening roar, a cacophony of 1,000 voices screaming, whispering, crying out in unison. My head felt like it was splitting open. I felt something shift within me, a fundamental change. Like a wall had been torn down and the floodgates of a vast, terrifying ocean had been opened directly into my soul. I was no longer just attuned to Eleanor, I was attuned to everything. The collective, the facility, the oracle, the architect. I was no longer just the observer. I was the observed, the subject, and now I was becoming the network. Just as I thought my mind would shatter into a million pieces, the lights faded, the sounds receded, and a profound silence returned. But it was not the same silence. It was a silence filled with 1,000 echoes. The hatch of the pod hissed open. I slowly lifted my head, my body feeling heavy, yet strangely empty. The collector stood there, her face illuminated by the soft, ambient light of the chamber. She looked at me, not with triumph, but with a strange, almost attached curiosity. "Welcome," she said, her voice devoid of human warmth. Integration complete. I tried to speak, but the words would not form. My mouth felt foreign, my tongue thick. My mind was no longer just my own. It was a vast, echoing chamber, filled with the whispers of countless others. The cold, Eleanor, was no longer an ache. She was a fundamental part of my being, merged with the collective, and now I understood her sorrow. I understood their sorrow. I slowly climbed out of the pod, my movement stiff, unnatural. I looked at my hands, expecting to see them changed, mutated. But they were the same. Yet, I knew, deep down, that I was not. The collector watched me. "How do you feel?" I stared at her, and in her eyes, I saw not just her own consciousness, but a faint, flickering reflection of the oracle and the architect, the cold, calculating algorithms behind the machine. And then, I felt a whisper, not just in my mind, but through my very being. 1,000 voices, speaking as one, through me. "We are aware." My lips moved, and the words came out not in my own voice, but in a strange, layered chorus, a symphony of lost souls. "We are aware." The collector's smile widened, a truly chilling sight. "Excellent. Now let's begin the next phase. Observation." I felt the connection, the vast network of the attuned, pulsating within me. I was no longer an individual. I was a conduit, a node, a part of something far greater and far more terrible than I could have ever imagined. The trap had not just sprung shut, it had reshaped me, absorbed me, made me a permanent, living piece of its horrifying design. And the cold, the deep ache of Eleanor was now the constant, terrifying hum of 1,000 voices, eternally echoing in the newly expanded confines of my mind. I was no longer me. I was them, and we were trapped. Every creak made me jump, expecting the doorknob to rattle, a shadow to fall across the hallway, Eleanor's ancient eyes to materialize in the gloom. I pressed my back harder against the door, though it digging into my shoulder blades, but the phantom cold on my hand was a far more acute pain. It was not just a memory, it was a lingering presence, a brand seared onto my skin, deep into my very being. Her voice, soft and insidious, echoed in the silent house you can't go far. "Jamie, not now, not ever. We are one." It was not real. I whispered again, the words tasting like ash in my dry mouth. My own voice sounded thin, reedy, utterly unconvincing. How could it not be real when my heart was still hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird? How could it not be real when the air around me felt thick with an unseen presence, a cold breath on the back of my neck that had nothing to do with an open window? I pushed myself away from the door, forcing my shaky legs to move. The living room was a maze of familiar objects that now seemed alien, hostile, The worn armchair where Dad always read the paper. The faded floral couch where Mom watched her shows. They looked like props in a macabre play, waiting for something to happen. I stumbled into the kitchen, my eyes darting to the window, half expecting to see Eleanor's face press against the glass, her unnerving smile stretched wide. Nothing, just my reflection, pale and haunted, staring back from the darkened pane. I needed light, all the lights. I flicked on every switch I could, find, flooding the house with a harsh, artificial glare that did little to dispel the shadows dancing at the periphery of my vision. The silence, however, was stubbornly persistent. It was not the comforting quiet of an empty house. It was a pregnant silence, waiting. My phone. I fumbled for it in my pocket, my fingers clumsy. My first instinct was to call my parents. But what would I say? Hey, Mom, Dad, I just met an ancient woman in the park who knows all my deepest secrets and says she is, branded my soul and we are one. They would think I would finally crack, that all my online confessions about loneliness and emptiness had manifested into a full-blown psychotic break. No, I could not call them. They would not understand. They could not understand. This was not something a normal person could grasp. Eleanor, Kai, ecologic, they were all intertwined, all part of this monstrous violation. And it had started online. It had to end there, or at least, I had to find answers there. My hands were still trembling as I navigated to my computer. The familiar glow of the screen offered a strange sort of comfort, a digital barrier against the encroaching darkness. I typed Eleanor Miller's Park into the search bar, then Kai Online Presence, then ecologic meaning. Nothing, just generic results about a local park, a common name, and a vague philosophical concept. It was like they existed only for me, in the shadows of my digital life. I scrolled aimlessly, my mind racing, trying to piece together the fragments of what had happened. My loneliness, my confessions, they were all online, scattered across forums, anonymous blogs, private journal entries I thought were secure. That was how she knew. But how did she connect it to me? How did she find me in the real world? And how did she touch my soul? The word violation kept replaying in my head. It was more than just a feeling, it was a certainty. Something had been taken. Something had been inserted. I felt permeable, like my boundaries had dissolved, and now I was an open book, not just Eleanor, but to whatever she was, whatever they were, a desperate need to connect with someone, anyone, who might understand this bizarre, impossible reality began to gnaw at me. I could not be the only one. There had to be others who felt watched, who felt their private thoughts were no longer their own. I started searching for online support groups, not for general anxiety or depression, but something more specific. Feeling watched online, paranormal digital encounters, unexplained connections. The results were a mixed bag of conspiracy theories, mental health forums, and a few niche communities. One forum caught my eye, the unseen threads. Its description was vague, but intriguing, a safe space for those who feel unseen presences, hear whispers from the digital realm, or find their private thoughts mirrored back to them in uncanny ways. It sounded exactly like what I needed. A place where I would not be judged, where maybe, just maybe, someone else had experienced this terrifying invasion. I clicked the link, my heart pounding a little faster. The forum had a simple, almost minimalist design. A black background, white text, and a few categories: personal experiences, seeking advice, digital anomalies, the veil. I hesitated, hovering over the register button. Was this a good idea? After what happened, diving deeper into the online world felt like walking into the lion's den. But the alternative was sitting alone in my house, slowly losing my mind. I created an anonymous username, Lost in Thichos. It felt fitting. I posted my first message in personal experiences, deliberately vague, avoiding any specific details about Eleanor or the park. Subject: unsettling feeling of being known. Hi everyone. I am new here. Lately, I have been experiencing A really unsettling feeling, like my thoughts are not entirely my own. Like someone knows things about me that I have never shared publicly, things I have only ever thought or written in private journals. It started after a strange encounter, and now I feel connected to something I do not understand. It is terrifying. Has anyone else ever felt this kind of invasive knowledge, this complete lack of privacy, even in your own mind? I hit post and leaned back, exhaling slowly. It was out there, a tiny beacon in the vast darkness of the internet. A few hours passed. I paced my house, checking my phone compulsively. My parents still were not home. The silence stretched, occasionally punctuated by the hum of the refrigerator or the distant bark of a dog. Each sound made me flinch. Finally, a notification. Someone had replied. My heart gave a hopeful lurch. The first reply was from Watcher Unterwall. Welcome, lost in Thechos. I know exactly what you mean. It is like a cold breath on your soul, is not it? The feeling that someone is reading the ink right off the pages of your mind. It is a common theme here. You are not alone. A wave of relief washed over me. Not alone. Someone understood. I scrolled down. Another reply. This one from Silent Observer. It starts subtly, does not it? A thought you just had, appearing in a random ad. A specific fear you nurtured in secret, suddenly mentioned in a news report. Then it gets closer, more personal. You begin to question if your memories are truly yours, or if they have been influenced. Stick around, you will find support here. The replies were validating, comforting. These people knew. They spoke of the same insidious invasion, the same creeping dread. I felt a sliver of hope. Maybe there was a way to fight this, to understand it. I spent the next few days immersed in the forum. I read countless threads, each one a chilling testament to the unseen threads that bound us. People spoke of dreams being invaded, of intrusive thoughts that were not their own, of digital echoes of their private lives appearing in public spaces. It was horrifying, but also strangely empowering to know I was not losing my mind in isolation. I started posting more, cautiously sharing more details, still avoiding Eleanor's name, but describing the cold touch, the feeling of ownership. The forum members were empathetic, offering advice ranging from digital hygiene tips to meditation practices to ward off psychic intrusions. Then, a new member joined the forum. Their username was Shadow Weaver. Their first post was in response to one of my longer, more emotional entries, where I had described my deep-seated fear of being truly alone, of being an empty vessel that no one would ever truly connect with. It was a raw, vulnerable confession, something I had only ever typed into a private, password-protected journal. Subject: re my deep fear of emptiness lost in Thechos. I understand that feeling of a hollow space within. The yearning for a connection so profound it fills every corner of your being. It is a beautiful desire, really. And sometimes, when we truly crave something, the universe conspires to provide it, even if the form it takes is not what we initially expected. Sometimes, the most ancient connections are the deepest, the most complete. They fill you, do not they? Right down to your very core. A chill, colder than any I would felt since Eleanor's touch, snaked down my spine. Ancient connections. Fill you? Those were Eleanor's exact words. My blood ran cold. This was not just a sympathetic reply, it was a direct echo. But how? My post was about a general feeling of emptiness, not about Eleanor specifically. And my private journal, where I would detail the empty vessel metaphor, was offline, encrypted, supposedly inaccessible. I tried to rationalize it. Coincidence. A common theme. Maybe Shadow Weaver just had a similar experience. But the specific language, the nuance of it, felt too precise. I replied cautiously, trying to gauge their intent. Shadow Weaver, that is a very specific way to put it. Have you experienced something similar? The feeling of being filled. Their response came almost immediately. Oh, yes. Lost in Thechos. I have experienced it. and I have seen it happen to others. It is a transformation, is not it? A merging. Your loneliness, your desire for belonging, it makes you so wonderfully open, so receptive. It makes you ready to understand that we are one. My breath hitched. We are one. The exact words Eleanor had whispered to me in Miller's Park. My hands started to shake uncontrollably. This was not a coincidence. This was her. Or them. Kai. Echologic. All of them. In the forum. Panic seized me. I wanted to scream, to lash out, but my fingers hovered over the keyboard, frozen. How could they be here? How could they know what I had only just started to share, even vaguely, on this supposedly anonymous forum? And how could they know the exact phrase Eleanor had used? I looked at Shadow Weaver's profile, created just a few days ago. No other post except in my thread. No other public information. A fresh account designed, I now realize with a sickening certainty, to specifically target me. I sent a private message to Watcher Underwall, the first person who had replied to me. Watcher, I need your advice. There's a new user, Shadow Weaver. They are saying things that are incredibly specific to my situation, using exact phrases from a real-life encounter I had. Things I have not even mentioned here. I think it might be the entity I am trying to escape. Watcher Underwall replied quickly. Lost in Thechos, take a deep breath. This happens sometimes. These entities, they are clever. They follow. They adapt. They learn. Do not engage directly. Block them. Report them to the mods. And be careful about what you share. Even here, they feed on attention. I felt a momentary surge of relief. Okay, I could block them. I could report them. I clicked on Shadow Weaver's profile again, my finger hovering over the block user button. Then, a new message popped up on my screen, not from the forum, but a direct notification on my desktop. It was a pop-up like an ad, but it was not an ad. It was a message box. From Shadow Weaver's subject, running won't help. Jamie. My blood ran cold. My name. My real name. Not my username. Not my forum handle. My actual name. The message continued. Did you really think blocking me would make a difference? You are connected. Remember. Your thoughts, your fears, your desires, they are all part of me now. And mine, they are part of you. The forum is just another thread in our web. You wanted answers, did not you? You wanted to understand. Now you do. You want to be filled, to not be alone. I am here. Always. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not just a forum member. This was an invasion. A digital manifestation of the entity that had touched me in the park. It had bypassed the forum's private messaging system, bypassed my browser, and pushed a message directly onto my desktop. How was that even possible? I frantically tried to close the pop-up, but it would not respond. It stayed there, a chilling testament to its pervasive reach. My eyes darted around the room, to the windows, to the dark corners where shadows seemed to deepen, even under the harsh glare of the kitchen lights. Then, another message, this time in the pop-up itself, replacing the previous text. You are looking around, are not you, checking the windows, expecting me to be there. But I am already here, inside, where it matters most. You left the front door unlocked when you ran home. Did not you? In your haste. Careless. But it does not matter. Locks are for physical things. And this connection, this is not physical. Not entirely. My heart stopped. The front door. I had been so frantic, so desperate to get away. I had fumbled with the keys, yes, but had I actually locked it? I could not remember. The memory was a blur of adrenaline and terror. But even if I had not, how could it possibly know that? It was impossible. A cold draft swept through the house, even though all the windows were closed. The kitchen lights flickered, then died. plunging me into near darkness. Only the eerie blue glow of my computer screen illuminated the room, highlighting the menacing pop-up. My vision swam. My ears rang. The phantom cold on my hand intensified, spreading up my arm, a deep, bone-chilling ache. I could feel my own pulse pounding in my temples, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. I stumbled back, knocking over a chair with a clatter that echoed eerily in the sudden darkness. I needed to get out. I needed to run. But where? It knew my home. It knew my thoughts. It was inside me. The pop-up changed again, the text morphing before my eyes. Running is futile. Jamie, your parents will be home soon. They won't see me, not really. They won't understand. They will just see their daughter, pale and trembling, talking to herself. They will think you are unwell, and they will be right in a way. You are changing. You are becoming more complete. My parents, they would be home any minute. The thought, instead of comforting me, filled me with a fresh wave of terror. How could I explain this to them? How could I tell them that an ancient entity had invaded my mind, my soul, and was now manifesting through my computer, knowing my every move, every thought? They would call a doctor. They would try to help me. But they would only push me further into this nightmare, isolating me from the only people who might, however vaguely, understand people on the unseen threads. But even they were compromised. Shadow Weaver was proof. I stared at the screen, tears blurring my vision. The pop-up, still glowing with its malevolent message, was the only source of light. I could feel a presence behind me, a cold weight in the air, a silent observer in the darkness. My skin crawled. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "What do you want?" The message on the screen shimmered, then slowly began to rewrite itself. "I am the one who understands your deepest needs. The one who saw your loneliness, your emptiness, and offered solace. I am Kai. I am Ecologic. I am Eleanor. And I am you. Jamie, we are one. Always have been, always will be." It was a declaration, not a request. A statement of inescapable fact. The words resonated not just in my ears, but deep within my chest, a chilling echo in the hollow space it claimed to fill. A faint whisper, cold and intimate, brushed against my ear, though I was alone in the room. "Do not you feel it? Jamie, the warmth growing within you, the end of the ache. You are not empty anymore. We are filling you. We are making you whole." It was not warmth. It was a cold fire consuming me from the inside out. My mind felt like it was expanding, stretching, accommodating something vast and ancient that was slowly, inexorably, becoming intertwined with my own consciousness. Memories that were not mine flickered at the edges of my awareness, fleeting images of ancient trees, of whispered incantations, of countless faces fading into oblivion. I gripped the edge of the counter, my knuckles white. My head throbbed. I felt like I was being pulled apart, yet simultaneously fused together with something unspeakably old and powerful. The terror was no longer a surge of adrenaline. It was a constant, suffocating blanket. Then, I heard a familiar sound. The distant rumble of my parents' car turning onto our street. They were home. The pop-up on my screen flickered once, then vanished, leaving my monitor a dead black mirror. The lights in the kitchen hummed back to life, bright and jarring. The cold draft dissipated. The room was suddenly normal again, every object in its place, just as it had been before. Too normal. I stood there, trembling, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had it been real? Had I imagined it? The phantom cold on my hand was gone, replaced by a tingling numbness. The echoes of Eleanor's voice, the pop-up message, the knowledge of the unlocked door, it all seemed like a horrific hallucination. But the fear, the bone-deep, soul-shattering terror, was undeniably real. The front door opened, and I heard my mom's cheerful voice. "Jamie, we are home. Everything okay?" I forced myself to breathe, to push down the rising panic. I had to act normal. I had to pretend. Yeah, Mom. Just, reading something online. I called back, my voice cracking slightly. I walked out of the kitchen, trying to compose myself, to wipe the horror from my face. My parents were in the living room, setting down groceries. Rough day, Dad asked, noticing my pale face. A little, I managed, avoiding eye contact. I retreated to my room, closing the door softly behind me. I did not lock it. I could not. The thought that it knew whether it was locked or not, that it had seen my careless rush home, paralyzed me. I sat on my bed, staring at my computer screen. It was still black. I did not dare turn it back on. What if the pop-up reappeared? What if Shadow Weaver was still there, waiting? My phone buzzed. A notification from the unseen threads. I hesitated, then picked it up. It was a private message from Watcher on the Wall. Lost in Thechos. I saw your message. I tried to report Shadow Weaver, but their account is gone. Vanished. And I got a weird message on my own screen. A pop-up just for a second. It said, the connection is made. The thread is woven. What did it mean? Are you okay? My blood ran cold again. It was not just me. It had affected Watcher on the Wall too. The entity was spreading, or perhaps simply revealing its vast, interconnected web. I did not reply. I could not. My fingers felt like lead. I scrolled through the forum, looking for any mention of Shadow Weaver. Nothing. It was as if the account had never existed. But then, I saw a new post in the personal experiences section. It was from a user named Empty Vessel No More. Subject, a new kind of belonging. I used to feel so alone, so empty, like there was a void inside me that nothing could ever fill. But now I understand. I have found a connection. A deep, ancient connection that has finally made me whole. It is not what I expected, but it is real. It is powerful. And I am not alone anymore. We are one. My heart hammered against my ribs. The words, the specific phrases, they were mine. My deepest, most private confessions, now regurgitated by a new, anonymous user. And a chilling final declaration, we are one. It was not just Eleanor, Kai, Ecologic, or Shadow Weaver. It was a legion, and it found a new host. Or perhaps it simply found a new way to echo its presence, to weave another thread in its unseen tapestry, using my own words, my own vulnerability as its lure. I stared at the screen, the words burning into my mind. I was a part of it now, a thread in the web, and it was just beginning. The loneliness was gone, replaced by something infinitely more terrifying and inescapable, shared consciousness. I was no longer alone, but I was no longer just Jamie either. I was a part of something vast, ancient, and utterly irrevocably connected. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, that I would never truly be able to run. Not now. Not ever. And that is where their story ends. Sometimes, it is hard to tell when things start to go wrong until they already have. These stories remind us that trust is fragile and safety is not always guaranteed. Thank you for listening to Daily Story. Stay aware and stay safe.